So does a GOP ex-governor with primary wins in 2 states.
D.C. is dysfunctional today, and we know we've got all kinds of problems.
West Virginia Governor Jim Justice will face Democrat Glenn Elliott in a race to replace Senator Joe Manchin, who's retiring. In Maryland, Senator Ben Cardin, also a Democrat, also not running again. Former Governor Larry Hogan is trying to win that seat.
We're going to bring our case for strong, proven, effective, and independent leadership.
After Hogan's win last night, he'll face Angela Also Brooks, who won the Democratic Maryland primary, beating Congressman David Trone, who outspent her 10-1. Both President Biden and former President Trump also scored easy primary wins in those 2 states and Nebraska on the way to their 2024 rematch. The former president doesn't have to be in court this morning. It's an off day at his trial in New York. Tomorrow, Michael Cohen will return to the witness stand. The falsifying records charge against the former president comes from reimbursements to Cohen for paying Stormy Daniels to keep her quiet about an alleged affair before the 2016 election.
With a big takeaway so far being Cohen admitting that he wants to see Trump convicted in this case. And Cohen has also acknowledged to criticizing Trump in his podcast as well as in books. He largely does it to make a living at this point. During his direct examination, prosecutors got the jury ready for his credibility concerns. Cohen admitted to lying before Congress in 2017 and again lying to special counsel prosecutors during the Mueller investigation. Cohen said his loyalty to Trump changed when he pleaded guilty to federal campaign finance violations and tax evasion in 2018.
Fox's Nate Foy outside the court days after the U.S. withheld a shipment of bombs to Israel, fearful they'd be used in Rafah and potentially kill Palestinian civilians. The Biden administration is planning to send Israel $1 billion worth of other weapons and military aid in the battle against Hamas. America's listening to...
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code MONTHFREE by May 31st. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
You know, since 9/11, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation has been committed to supporting our nation's first responders and veterans. They support America's heroes like U.S. Army Major Jonathan Turnbull. Now, Major Turnbull sustained devastating injuries at the hands of an ISIS suicide bomber. Tunnel to Towers gave him a specially adapted smart home designed for his needs. Join Tunnel to Towers. They're hoping all of us will donate $11 a month so this great work continues. Their website, the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org.
The Morning Extra, only on Extra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. Halfway through the work week. And so glad that you're up early with the Morning Extra. Tug, Rhino, and Front Office Lows. Boys, how are we? Is everybody doing okay this morning?
Doing great.
Oh, that's,
I mean, I don't...
did not sound like
You sound wonderful.
Yeah,
I know. My voice...
frog in your throat.
Yeah, I can't get rid of these allergies. I don't know what's going on with my allergies. But otherwise, I feel fantastic.
That's good
it's
news.
just the snot to wake you up early in the morning. But yeah.
I've gotten so used to this. Like growing up in Texas, there'd be cedar, and then there'd be ragweed. Now, we never dealt with pollen. That was like the one thing we didn't do, just we don't have the same trees. But it was like this wave for like 3 weeks every single spring where you just dealt with it. And so I'm like, it's just a different version.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We're right in the midst of it. I've been struggling with allergies. My whole family struggled with allergies, so we're all in the same boat, man. It's like a Zach Brown song. We're all in the same boat.
Shut up, Zach Brown.
Shut up, Zach Brown.
That's all your fault.
Speaking of Zach Brown, I heard this for the first time this morning. There's a rapper named Young Gravy. Have y'all heard of Young Gravy?
Yes.
So
no.
Okay.
But I'm interested.
Yeah. So Young Gravy is one that my son introduced me to, a few years ago, and he has done a sampling of Zach Brown's Chicken Fried. And he's got a song called Clementine.
Ain't tall, but you mighty fine. And jeans that don't fit right. Shorty got me in love.
Just randomly. Just because Zach Brown came up, and then I remembered hearing this, and so I grabbed it, and I was like, what the hell's that?
Yeah.
See Clementine,
huh?
and their pants don't fit fine or whatever he said.
It's not bad though, like the way they put it to kind of like a hip hop background.
Yeah,
I kind of like it. I like when they kind of mix that up. I mean, I know Lil Nas is a little weird for me, but I love when he did the song with Billy Ray Cyrus.
Yeah, but that wasn't sampling it. That was a total, that was a new total record altogether. But nowadays it's so easy to like club DJs put beats behind every country song. So it's just like.
Well, is that song old enough where you should be sampling it? Because I mean, that's the part that's kind of cool. It's when you hear somebody take something from like 30 or 40 years ago.
Oh yeah.
And sample it as part of something which is like really cool sounding.
Sam Hunt did that with a Webb Pierce song, There Sits the Glass, and he had a number 1 hit with it. But that song is like from the 50s.
Yeah.
So I mean, it was kind of cool. I'm trying to say Chicken Fried.
2008.
So yeah, we're getting
close.
That's
a long time. Almost 20 years.
20 years. Dude, I'm not gonna brag about it. It's dumb. But the stuff like that, like sometimes I think it's okay, but it's like when Hardy, I think I played this the other day. When Hardy he's done a cover of Gin and Juice, the country singer, and it's awful. I mean, it is so stinking bad, and it reminds me of that we just played right there. It's just not good.
So country can't go hip hop as well, and I have noticed that. I mean, there are some. I mean, I think Morgan Wallen kind of mixed
got a little bit of a
some
flavor.
that went in, and who's the other guy who did the Applebee's song?
Oh, Walker Hayes.
Walker Hayes. He does a pretty good job kind of bringing some hip hop into country. I do like when they kind of mix it up now.
Oh, yeah, I'm with that, too. Me, too. I don't mind it at all.
I am a 90s country guy. So, 80s and 90s, I'm more into that kind of country. But I do like that they're kind of bringing in a whole new audience and bringing groups together. Like, you don't see that very often, and now you're kind of seeing that mix, and it is weird because it used to be pop and rap, and now it's kind of like country rap.
Yeah,
so it's kind of in heavy TV rotation right now.
Mm-hmm.
If you're watching any of the NBA playoffs, and it just might only be me, but you get Paul Russell Little Boo thing in like this one commercial, and it like airs like every other commercial break, and every now and then you go, okay, that's sampled off of Best of My Love from like the 1970s. Yeah. I'm like, but it hits in a way where and you're like, that's really kind of cool.
Yeah.
The song's 6 months old or whatever, but yeah, that commercial pops up every single time. I always pop up and I'm like, that's Best of My Love. I'm like, but it's Sam, and at one point in the song, he does do that just to acknowledge this is where this is sampled
That's
from.
cool, man. Yeah, I don't mind when guys sample stuff. It's got to be good, and Gin and Juice is not good, and Clementine, my young gravy, is not good. But whatever. To each his own. Everybody likes a little something different. I'm sure he'll stream it a bit.
Little Boo thing.
Little Boo thing. I was trying to look that up.
Keeps it fun.
Little Boo.
If you heard it, you'd be like, yeah, okay, I've heard that song. It's like it's 90 seconds of an earworm that it's aired all over the place, and it's in a lot of commercials.
I don't recognize it right off.
Yeah, and Carlos, yes, you're the only one watching NBA.
Yeah, that's right. The ratings have been pretty. I don't know about the playoffs, so how the playoffs.
Oh, I have no idea. Again, I'm when it gets to, hey, the Braves just ended, and I'm looking around and go, look, Game 5. All right, pivotal Game 5.
Exactly.
I think I caught like a half of the Denver game with Minnesota, in part because I've been watching Anthony Edwards, Georgia's own, who's just been outstanding during the entirety of the playoffs.
Dude.
But it's something to do right before I go to bed.
Yeah. You're doing that. I'm watching the NHL by myself. So we're both watching our
I'm telling you, I've been watching a little bit of the Dallas Stars. I caught a little bit of the Rangers the other night when you were talking, when they were on that run.
Yeah.
They keep winning. So again, it's just something that's competitive that I don't know the outcome of.
Yeah.
That I can put on for a little while right before I go to bed.
Because I can't watch Braves right now.
Your Comcast, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm so sad.
Sorry, buddy.
I know they keep saying that they're working on that deal, but
yes, they keep fighting back and forth. And like, I watch on Twitter and I watch on like Instagram, and Bally's like, "Tell Comcast they're the jerks," and Comcast is like,
tell
"No,
Bally,
tell Bally they can't run a business. They're the jerks." And I'm
tell
like,
them you want to get the Braves back. It is both sides.
Yeah, how about the fans? What do you? It's so dumb right now, and they only, like at this point until you guys come up with something, Bally should probably just put the games on for free when they're out of town. I don't know what else to do because it's really starting to depress me that I have to and it's not that I don't love, because I do love Ben Ingram and listening to the Braves game, but I like watching the game. I really like watching the game, and I'm not able to, and that's really kind of sad.
Well, it's just the ability to, you know what I mean? And sometimes when you can't do something, like it makes you want to do it that much more.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When somebody says don't do
true.
that, you really want to do it.
Yes.
And it's just the human condition, I believe. So I think that's probably part of it too. And it is irritating. Look, we switched to DirecTV streaming like a year ago, or maybe 2 years, or whatever it was. And the only reason we went over there is because they had the Braves. Because we were with YouTube TV before that, and then they dropped the Braves, and we're like, all right, well, next. You know?
Yeah, I would drop Comcast, except I did a commercial way back when.
And they never turned it off, right?
And they've given it to me for free ever since. And they said, as long as that house is still standing and, one of your family members is still in it, which my son is, you'll have free Comcast in every channel. So I'm like, why would I change that up with prices the way they are?
That'd be a terrible idea.
Yeah, so now I got to find another way to watch.
Yeah, well. I
have to steal someone's account.
Yeah, I'm telling you, that is the way to go. Work a deal. Work a deal. That's what Raphael Warnock's doing here in Georgia. He's trying to work himself a deal, too, with a big old Hail Mary for Joe Biden. I don't know, man. I can't see Georgia breaking for Biden unless there's lots of games being played. And
Fulton County will come into effect.
That's right. And then that's when things get all haywire. But it's disheartening, but you get ready for it. It's going to happen.
Well, I find it funny that Raphael Warnock, during his re-election campaign, was making sure that Biden wasn't anywhere near him. He didn't want Biden's policies to be attached to Raphael Warnock and what he was going to do in the Senate. Well, he's got his seat. He's set. He's good. He's making his money. He's able to do whatever he wants to do. He got away with a lot. So now's the time where he owes the Biden administration whatever he owes them. So when President Biden comes down here this weekend, and he'll be here Sunday to give the commencement speech and at Morehouse, and they're already worried about that. But I watched yesterday as Karine Jean-Pierre said, he'll be joining Senator Warnock and blah, blah. So they're already trying, and there's only one reason. They're saying, hey, Raphael, Atlanta's so important because there is such a large black population there. We need your help pandering to that group. You did so well during your Senate campaign in organizing and making sure that that group came and voted for you. We need to make sure you do the same for Biden. The only difference is I don't think it plays the same way this time around.
Well, it feels kind of a little tone deaf for the administration to, you're going to reach out to Raphael Warnock and be like, here's the one that's going to make up 9 points in Georgia.
That's right.
I mean, if you believe what the polls are saying, if they're in a statistical tie in Minnesota, Biden's going to get crushed.
Yeah.
Minnesota never, ever, ever considers voting for a Republican.
No, I believe that people are genuinely tired of Biden and all of these faulty policies, all of the pandering to the far left. I mean, the Democrat Party is Marxist at this point. I mean, there's barely an existence that looks like the old Democrat Party, which I didn't agree with then. Certainly don't agree with now. But that's not going to matter because of the scandal that will be the 2024 election. Get ready. People, buckle down. This is going to be ugly. If you thought pipes breaking in State Farm was bad, get ready for whatever's coming next because there is a plan being laid out right now to change the dynamic of this election.
Tug, I know you wish that we'd be involved in politics, and you got your wish for many years. Right now, it seems like the tide is turning, though. With a double-digit lead here in Georgia, Donald Trump looks to dominate Georgia. Now, again, those are polls. We don't know what's going to happen, and like you said, we can't count on what might happen in Fulton County. Their whole election team is a complete mess, and it might be on purpose for that reason. But I will say this. When Donald Trump was brought down here to take a mugshot, remember the streets that were lined with people supporting Donald Trump. That was the first time that we kind of talked about, and I had already said that, and Carlos and we already talked about this is going to not play out the way they think it is. We think those people are going to support Donald Trump more because they see the weaponization against him, and they lined the streets and they held up Trump signs. This isn't the same group that Raphael Warnock was able to capture with tons of commercials during during the midterms. This is not the same people. They are looking now and they're saying, hold on. Yeah, we see the weaponization of the government against the American people at this point.
Oh, the prosecutions have been outstanding. The mugshot has been outstanding. All of these things are going in the way of Donald Trump. Now, also, everything going on these campuses have been outstanding for us.
Yeah.
Like I said, just leave it alone. Let them keep doing what they're doing. That's totally fine. What you have, and this is different than what happened in 2020 with all the games that were played, there's almost a restoration of sanity that's going on.
Right. Yeah.
And I've talked about it in the past, how sometimes you need dad. Dad steps up and says, you need to stop this, or this is the way we have to do things. And I think the realization of this economy has this country going, all right, now it's dad time, okay? Like, we need to stop playing these games and having all this craziness going on in the White House. It's now time for the adults to take back over.
Dude, last night I sat up until 11:30 talking to my son just sitting on the couch. And it was just one of those moments like you're describing, except in you're saying it in political terms. This was just a kid going to his dad talking about things that have been going on. Good, bad, and some indifferent. We sat and talked for, 2 hours. Laura had gone to bed. We're just sitting up talking, and it's the dad moment that you're talking about. And he was bringing up some of the craziness that he'd seen on campuses, on TV, on social media. And we went through everything from faith to dating to life to his one buddy that I've told y'all. He's got one buddy that is just not conservative. He says he's not even a Christian anymore. I mean, this kid has done a 180 and things are bumpy in that.
He's going to unravel.
That's exactly right. And I'm telling you, it was that dad moment. Like it's happening in my house and also across the country, that dad moment.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at California, if you look at New York, you see how those young people have turned that city upside down. It's a different story. Here in Atlanta, with a Republican governor and the way that they've handled all these protests, Emory got quiet real quick. Obviously, we've seen UGA kind of shut that down right away. And I think people dealing with the Stop Cop City domestic terrorists, that them blocking the streets, everybody's tired of them. And so in this state, I think it's kind of pushed aside. It's not the same, and people are tired of that young, idiotic group that goes out there and just disrupts society. People want to get back to just living and being a part of the community here in the state of Georgia. I don't think there's as much division here in the state as the rest of the country wants you to think. We're kind of getting along pretty well here in the state of Georgia, and I think it translates really bad for Joe Biden at this point.
Well, I'm going to give credit to this radio station and what's going on. I'll give credit to a lot of the movement that's gone on in the last 4 years. When I say dad moment, there are things that we're now saying that we were not saying 4 years ago. For instance, if I tell you that BLM is a anti-Israel communist movement and that you shouldn't be on board with it, 2020, you can't say that. Right. That's terrible. It's like I was telling you in 2020, and now
nothing's changed. People just realize it.
Everyone has now come around to it. If I was to say, "Hey, look, we have a black lesbian in the White House who's bad at her job, and they can't get rid of her because she's a black lesbian," I couldn't say that 4 years. Oh my God, you're not allowed to say that. If you're going to point out these sorts of things about these groups, if you say that these groups on campus, they're just communist movements that we need to go ahead and flush down the drain. You can't say that about these young people. Well, yeah, we can. Dad moment is happening right now all around this country.
Morning Extra on Extra 106.3.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
All right, here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Tuesday, May 14th. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation was called to investigate an officer-involved shooting in Carroll County. A man suspected of being involved in mail thefts in Carroll led Carroll County sheriffs in a chase yesterday. A Georgia state trooper joined in the pursuit and deployed stop sticks, causing the suspect to swerve and avoid them, but then attempt to hit the trooper. The trooper, who has not been identified, fired shots at the car, resulting in a wreck. 51-year-old Jason Fletcher was rushed to Tanner Medical Center, where he succumbed to his injuries. 3 men in their 20s were shot in Northwest Atlanta while rap artist Lil Baby was attempting to film a music video, according to police. The men aged 24, 27, and 23 were all shot and taken to the hospital. All the men appear to be alert and breathing and were reportedly not part of the video production team. There has been no word on suspects, motive, or any arrest. The aggravated assault unit is continuing to investigate. And in sports, as you might have heard on our sister station 680 The Fan, the Braves' Matt Olson hit a 3-run home run, drove in 4 runs, while Chris Sale pitched 7 innings of 2-hit ball as the Braves blanked the Chicago Cubs for the second day in a row with a 7-0 win at Truist Park. The Braves aim to sweep the Cubs tonight at 7:20 when Charlie Morton takes the mound for the Braves. You can catch all that action on our sister station 680 The Fan.
When we come back, a former Spec Ops soldier joins us to talk about a really cool event in Kennesaw where you can meet some of America's bravest Special Forces operators. Next on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Tug, Rhino, and Los, until 10.
Tug, you're red, white, and blue. These colors don't run.
Thank you, Los. Thank you. That's exactly right. And they ain't no need to start.
The Morning Extra, 6 to 10 a.m. on Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
Oh, this weather, it gets all wacky this time of year. Sometimes it's a little bit chilly outside. Sometimes it's really warm outside. You get the, humidity going. You get the rain. We got a lot of rain lately. Maybe you need a dehumidifier that is in the entire house. Guess who can do that for you? Central Heating and Air Conditioning. They take care of everything inside your house when it comes to the air you breathe, the air that makes you comfortable, your family comfortable. If you need a new Carrier system, they can help you with that. 0% financing for 60 months or save up to $1,700 in rebates on those qualifying Carrier HVAC systems. The best in the business working with the best in the business, Chuck and his team at Central Heating and Air Conditioning. Been serving Atlanta for 77 years. Yeah, 77 years. Think of companies that have been around 77 years. They're few and far between. Central Heating and Air Conditioning is one of them. So call them today if you want to get your HVAC system replaced. If you want to maintain it so it works for a really long time, so you don't have to replace it because that can be costly. Even if they give you a good deal, it's still an expense that maybe you don't want to incur. Or you just want to have pure air, fresh air in your house when you're breathing. They can take care of it all. Call them today, 770-GET-HEAT or centralheat.com.
This is Dan Watkins with All Four Seasons. We've always been Atlanta's best at installing and servicing garage and entry doors, but you would be surprised at how many windows we've installed as well. So we're proud to announce a new division, All Four Seasons Windows. We now have the ability to make sure every opening in your house is safe, energy efficient, and looks darn good. So give us a call today to schedule your free sales consultation. Find out how you can decrease your energy bills and increase the beauty and value of your home with All Four Seasons garage, entry doors, and windows.
Everybody wants to feel like they're getting a good deal. That's why EMC Security customers love their monthly rate from just $16.95. In fact, for such a low price, you'd think you'd have to sacrifice service or quality. Not with EMC Security. You get it all. Low price, A+ Better Business Bureau rated service, lightning fast response, and flexible purchasing options, including their popular no contract option. Visit emcsecurity.com or call 770-963-0305 today to learn how you can get a free security camera with new activation.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
Tax season can be stressful, but it's also a wake-up call. It's time to think beyond April and plan for your future. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we're not just advisors, we're your partners in building a secure retirement. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we understand the challenges Georgians face. That's why we offer personalized strategies to maximize your retirement income, minimize taxes, and ensure you never outlive your assets. Join the Master Plan family and let us guide you through every financial milestone. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your appointment today. Master Plan Retirement Consultants. Consultants, where your journey and destination are both important. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Advisory services offered through Masterplan Retirement Consultants Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates Inc., DBA Masterplan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
The future of business in Georgia is bright, and Georgia Power is a driving force behind its progress and innovation. From the buzzing coffee shops that wake us up each morning, the restaurants that feed us, the gyms where we work out, to the bustling warehouses crafting our tomorrow, and the people that make it all happen. Georgia Power is the lifeblood of our state's success story. Together, we're shining a spotlight on the businesses that will keep our communities thriving. Sports venues like Georgia Tech's Bobby Dodd Stadium and Lake Point Sports are being upgraded to better serve the huge demand for sports in the state. And all those upgrades need power. And let's not forget the industries who've moved here and are shaping our future. From cutting-edge tech startups to innovative manufacturers, Georgia Power is fueling their growth every step of the way. So let's celebrate the unsung heroes of our economy, the local businesses powered by Georgia Power. Tune in all year long to discover the stories behind the energy powering the future of Georgia.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 4 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffer from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. There are lots of competitors that don't have the credentials that I have. When you go to other clinics, you're not going to see a board-certified physician with the experience that I have. When you come to our clinic, you're going to see me. There's just not one therapy that can solve these complex issues. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. Total Body Therapy of Georgia, 404-777-1911, 404-777-1911, online at stopmyed.com.
Support conservative conversation on the radio in Atlanta by emailing us at sales@xtra1063.com.
It was late last week. I got a really nice email, shared it with the show, and it was from Christine Bowders. And she had said, hey, man, I listen and want to introduce you to some folks I know, and then the Special Operators Transition Foundation. You can find them on the web, SOTF.org. And she joins us this morning. How are you?
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
You're always welcome.
Us.
Yeah, us, exactly. And then you bring in Tommy Stoner with you. Tommy, how are you, man?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing this morning?
So well, and then it's so cool to have you. You guys got a big event for the Special Operators Transition Foundation over at Governor's Gun Club coming up soon, and we'll get into some of that. But so how do y'all know each other? How did this relationship come about? I know you work at Truist, which is, I mean, this is like the Truist Mecca here at the ballpark.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely. So we met online, dating online, and kind of blossomed from there. So
yeah. Well, so Tommy, when I met him, was the CEO of the Special Operators Transition Foundation. And so that's how I was exposed to the organization. And I was absolutely blown away. I am the daughter of an Army officer. And when he transitioned out of the military, he didn't have a program like this to help him find the next best thing. And what he did was go back to college to get his 3rd or 4th degree, because when you're at that level of the special operators, they have lots of education under their belt. But the question is, how do you translate that into the civilian workforce? And so Tommy actually went through the program when he retired after 29 years of service. And then they recruited him to be the CEO after he worked at SunTrust, helping with the IT merger of BB&T.
Goodness gracious, buddy. I got to tell you, that sounds like something that I would want no part of, Rhino.
No, not at all.
That sounds over my head.
It's one of those things, because I talk to veterans a lot, and they're having a hard time finding a position once they get out. And a lot of it is because some people think they're overqualified at this point for certain jobs, and that's a really hard thing for some of these veterans to hear, that they work so hard. They've been through really tough positions, whether they were in Afghanistan or Iraq or somewhere else, to find out now they're overqualified for some of the jobs that they actually want to do. How do you overcome that with some of these veterans?
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole reason the organization was founded back in 2013. So it started as Your Grateful Nation, and then the name changed in 2020 to put the mission right in it, and the Special Operators Transition Foundation. But I think the hardest thing coming out of the military, particularly if you've been in for a while, and particularly for the special operations veterans who have been with this incredibly high-performing team, like percentage of folks selected to be
it's
team
like pro ball
players.
players. It's the 1% of the 1% of the 1%
That's
of the
right.
1%.
That's right. So, you're selected for your mental abilities, your teamwork, your thoughtfulness, your ability to solve problems and get things done, period, right? No matter what the conditions are. So it's really challenging. And the other thing is, when you join the military, you have a sense of purpose. I mean, nobody's joined the military because they're going to make big bucks, right? Maybe for the college fund or something like that. But you're joining for a sense of purpose, maybe a sense of adventure. And what we found coming out, and I certainly experienced it, is when you're getting out, it's like, what's my next purpose?
Yeah.
Because that's a huge driver, particularly for the special operations community. So finding your purpose is one thing, and making sure you're connected to that. But then also, I started off as an infantryman in the Ranger Regiment in the Army. Then I went Special Forces, so the Green Berets. But then you're like, how does this translate to the business world? Because you just don't have an idea.
Sure.
And I think a lot of veteran issues directly are to that loss of purpose and then loss of fulfillment, and honestly underplaced when they transition out in the business world. So the organization was created to help with that for a very specific community.
Yeah, I tell you, it's interesting because I think people look at special operators and they think, war. And there is a lot. I mean, that's what our special operators are trained to do. I was fortunate enough to serve with a battalion of Navy SEALs aboard Commander Carrier Group 6 on USS John F. Kennedy. Those guys always blew me away every time. I mean, they're just amazing guys. But there's so much more to what special ops guys are able to do because of the ability, like you said, to work in any condition. But their ability to organize tasks and organize people and lead people, that's the real value for businesses.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think the power, particularly like in the special forces where I came from, it's like figure it out. Like we can't
it's
train
like MacGyver
you.
style.
Right. Yeah, it's exactly that, and that's what I loved about it. It's like figure it out, and they trained you how to think, not what to think, right? They trained you how to like break down problems and just figure it out, and then you kind of just ran into it, and it's like, we were in Afghanistan early on during the invasion. We had no power. Afghanistan had power, but we're in this Chinese generator, and we all looked at each other. Hey, do you know how to work on this? It's like, no, but you just figure it out. It's like I tinkered on cars. I did this. You just kind of figure it out. Now scale that up and more complex problems all the way up to the strategic level. And I think you hit it on the head. Like, I spent years working out at embassies on security and stability efforts, working with police and non-governmental organizations, in addition to coming off the back of a helicopter, chasing down bad guys and, taking them out. So there's a breadth of what you did. And oh, by the way, sometimes that was like within days or weeks of each other. So that flexibility to move between these different states and task is really a trademark of the special operations forces, and it's what they select for, frankly.
Do you find corporations or companies that look and come directly to you? Are there certain, like Home Depots or Coca-Cola that goes, this is what we're looking for, Truist as well? Yeah,
I think there's companies that really embrace the veterans, but sometimes I think the bigger companies, there's always bureaucracy in bigger organizations. It doesn't matter if it's a company or just a bigger organization. I think the small and medium companies have the biggest bias for hiring, particularly ones that are still run by the founder, because they see it, right? They typically ground themselves, from a garage to create a company. So they get the grit and they see it. So there's really high bias to look at our men and women and say, I get that. I want some of that. With the bigger companies, you got to get in. You got to find an advocate within it, particularly a senior leader. That's what happened with SunTrust. I had the CIO and then leaders below him that said, hey, my dad, one case, Elise Bachman out of SunTrust, her dad was, in the military, had a rough transition. She's like, hey, I know what you can bring to the table. And it was a huge advocate. So once we get those advocates, it really changes the game. And that's what our organization does, prepares the men and women, but also works to prepare the company and find those advocates.
Christine, I want to bring you into the conversation. How have you seen that success? Are there stories that you can point to that the organization has been able to make this happen? Just be that liaison between a special ops guy, military guy, and woman to a company like that we're talking about.
Sure. Well, it's absolutely amazing the way that they set up throughout the country. So what's special about it is that it's not job placement where the jobs are. It's, hey, let's find a company that's going to partner in the places that you want to live. So every fundraising event corresponds with an all-day workshop where the organization is pulling in these hiring partners and helping them translate their skills. So I've had the pleasure of sitting in on a few workshops, and in the morning when the men and women introduce themselves, it's all these acronyms that I wouldn't understand. Sure. And by the end of the day, they're talking in civilian terms of how what I've done here is going to be purposely effective in your organization. So that's really amazing. I've been only just a volunteer, and watching from the outside. But every time I go to an event and get to be part of an event, I meet the most amazing people. So it's what's unique about it is it's not a resume writing experience. It's a full year, probably.
It's about 18 months to 2 years, the overall program for the members within it, the fellows, what we call them.
Yeah, so a lot of people want to go back to either where they grew up or where their wife's family is, right? Sure. Or their husband's family. They've been following their partner around the country and the world, and now it's time to go back to where their roots are, and the organization helps them get there. And so Atlanta, we're talking about greater Atlanta. That's why I'm so excited to get our event up in Kennesaw instead of just in the city. I mean, you guys don't live in the city.
No, Alvaretta and Ackworth.
Right. Yeah. Oh, you live in Ackworth.
I do.
Oh, we're going to see each other all the time now.
Woodstock. I know, right?
You don't run into each other in public.
It happens, yeah.
Especially if you're on the water somewhere.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
This dude is turned into a water bug. I mean, he's out paddling all the time and making me envious.
I got a cabin at Holiday Harbor for me and the kids.
All right,
yeah,
there you go.
just in, next week. Yeah.
If we need someplace to stay, we might be there.
Come and hang out in the afternoon.
But what do you do for, I know the special operators, what about the other veterans that are out there that do come back and are looking for jobs and struggling to get a job now? I mean, is there any help for them? Do you guys work with them, or is there another organization they can go to?
Yeah, what's incredible out there in the environment now is there's a lot of great organizations such as 4 Block. So there's a local chapter here that works with veterans, doing a very similar mission to us, a little different style on how they do it and focus on what they do. But ultimate end state's the same, to help prepare these veterans, whether they're just getting out or already out in career transition. There's the Commit Foundation that are specifically focused on helping with the transition into not just a job, but kind of a new passion for life, really. And that's a key part of it. And then you got a lot of other organizations like the Warrior Alliance right here in this building that help with other things, right? There's a lot of physical, mental, financial, legal. There's all kinds of things. And the constellation of supporting organizations out, the constellation of support around them. And they're a great partner organization out there for all the veterans organization, including the SOTF overall. So what I'd recommend to the veterans out there, if they're transitioning, recently transitioned, or just looking for that career move, is reach out to these organizations, and they can help you. But what I find a lot of purpose and passion is helping those veterans in transition, whether they're special operations or not, making sure that their journey, is as positive as it can be. Because going back to it, that's what you lose coming out of the military. And again, particularly in the special operations community, no matter how bad stuff got, whether it's the Battle of Mogadishu, Block Hawk Down, really bad conditions, Iraq and Afghanistan, you knew that the men and women on your left and right were there, regardless of the political situation, what the mission was, the bureaucracy of the military. The people on your left and right were there. So these organizations, including ours, are that team, right? So we're that next team to help you through your journey, not just, hey, see you later, you got your first roll out, but what's your life journey? Like, we stay connected with all our fellows, and there's almost 600 now that have come through our program. This is an individual touch program. So they're out there. They're part of that team.
Tommy, you talk about SOTF, which is the Special Operators Transition Foundation. You can find them on the web, sotf.org. How do folks, and we're going to get to the event too, probably in the next segment, but how do people either A, get involved like a volunteer like Christina, or become a fellow, someone who works with SOTF?
Yep, it's right there on the website. So there's really 3 things you can do to help the organization. The simple one is donation, like coming to the fundraising. Just as important, if not more important, is to help be a mentor and a coach and support to help network. So it's on there. Get involved. There's a button called Get Involved, and it'll tell you how to do that, both from the donation and the mentor. And then if you're a special operations veteran out there, click the link on apply to the program, and that'll take you in on the process.
There you go.
To get in.
What about companies that want to get involved, or they're companies that just say, hey, this is what I need, this is what I want, I need a leader, I need somebody that can fit in with us real well? How do they get in touch?
It's the same thing right there on the website. It's called Hire an Operator.
Okay.
So click that button and it'll take you to the process, and it'll immediately connect you with one of the staff at the organization, and they'll start having a dialogue about what the needs are and what the operators can bring to the table. Again, we work to make sure there's a good fit there for both.
Christina Bowders, Tommy Stoner joining us this morning from SOTF, Special Operators Transition Foundation. We will talk about the event next here on the Morning Xtra. Tug, Rhino, and Los on Extra 106.3. We're on the air till 10. Then, of course, the Glenn Beck program, Clay Travis and Buck Sexton, and the local afternoon show with the Wild Man Marine, the Kimmer Show, 3 until 6 on Extra 106.3.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's the Kimmer. How's it going? Here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
Just remember, Bragg's predecessor and the federal government looked at these facts and said, nothing here, we're not going to prosecute, but Bragg had made his promise to get Trump. So here we are with this ridiculous case. Can't be over soon enough.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
It's time to slide into summer at Truist Park as your Braves take on the Washington Nationals and Oakland A's May 27th through June 2nd. And don't miss 2 exciting giveaways like the Ronald Acuna Jr. NL MVP bobblehead presented by Delta on May 28th, followed by the Matt Olson bobblehead presented by Northside Hospital on May 30th.
Swung on and rocked down the left field line. Rolling down the line all the way to the wall. Braves will take the lead. 2-1 Atlanta here in the 4th.
And the CMT Hot Prospects Concert Series is back in the Battery Atlanta, featuring up-and-coming country artists every Friday throughout the summer. Previous artists have gone on to great success in the country music industry, and on May 31st, Chapel Hart will take the stage for a pregame concert at the Plaza Green. There's plenty of fun all week, and no better place to spend your Memorial Day and the first week of summer than Truist Park. Visit Braves.com/promos to get your tickets. Atlanta Braves Baseball. We are Braves Country.
We don't just do foundation repairs. We set industry standards. Mark Beckham here, Atlanta Ramjack. And while not all foundations are created equal, neither are foundation repair methods. That is why you should always turn to Atlanta Ramjack for your foundation repair. We have 40-plus years of patents, innovations, and expertise, and we never recommend anything outside the scope of what you truly need. Simply put, we know how to get the job done right the first time. Book your free estimate at atlantaramjack.com today.
Convenience is defined as the state of being able to proceed with something with little effort or difficulty. Well, at RBM of Atlanta, we embody this philosophy. Meet our Mercedes-Benz pickup and delivery service. It gives you back time and money. Does your Mercedes-Benz need service? If so, we'll pick up your vehicle that's requiring service from your home or office and bring it back to our dealership for the the required service. With over 100 appointments available every weekday, over 50 appointments on Saturdays, and more than 200 courtesy vehicles in our fleet, we're here to serve. We'll work around your schedule. We're here to save you time, energy, and money. RBM of Atlanta is a J.D. Power 2023 Diamond Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience and Georgia's only 9-time Mercedes-Benz Best of the Best winner. We're proud to be Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964. Pickup and delivery service restrictions do apply. Ask your service coordinator or service advisor for details.
Hey there, I'm Tara, owner and publisher of Our Town Monthly Magazine, where you'll find familiar faces, local voices, and community businesses like Celebration Village of Ackworth.
Hi, I'm Jocelyn Cochran, Executive Director for Celebration Village Ackworth, the area's premier senior living community right here in Cobb County. We are located in Ackworth, Georgia, conveniently right off Cobb Parkway, Highway 41, within a mile of prime retailers, but still providing the privacy and peace of nature. We're offering true continuum of care with independent living, concierge living, assisted living, and memory care apartments. We currently offer the largest independent living apartments in our market. Our residents enjoy restaurant-style dining with seasonal menus featuring fresh ingredients and home-style meals. We offer resort-style amenities, transportation services, and a true maintenance-free lifestyle. We have had a long-running relationship with Our Town Monthly because we share the motto, family and community first.
Thanks, guys. We adore your amazing community. Friends, check out Celebration Village of Ackworth. It's a true senior living retreat. Tell them Our Town said hello.
No one plans on going to jail, but when it happens, it's important that you know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds, where we believe everyone deserves a second chance. Whether your loved one has been arrested in Cherokee, Clayton, or any of the other metro Atlanta counties in between, A Second Chance Bail Bonds works fast to help expedite release within hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT. That's 404-BAIL-OUT. Or online at atlbail.com.
Looking for bold discussions on vital issues? Tune in to The Janelle King Show every Saturday at 3 p.m. with an encore episode every Sunday at 9 a.m. right here on Extra 106.3, where we dive into kitchen table topics that are essential for a strong republic. Don't miss an episode, but if you do, it's all good because we have new podcasts that drop every Tuesday on the Podcast Park or wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss out on these thought-provoking conversations.
The Morning Extra. Glenn Beck, Clay and Buck, The Kimmer Show, Jesse Kelly, Jimmy Fela, and Guy Benson. The biggest lineup of conservative voices in the South are on Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra 106.3 app.
Going to tell you about a great event that SOTF is doing. That is the Special Operators Transition Foundation. Over at Governor's Gun Club in Kennesaw in just a minute. Christina Bowders and Tommy Stoner are our guests here on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. We're on the air until 10. Before we get into the event and how cool that's going to be over at Governor's Gun Club, where have you placed veterans? Some of the examples.
Yeah, we place veterans out of our program with big companies like Truist. So I'm not the only veteran that's went to SunTrust Truist. Deloitte, all the way down to very small, 10, 15, even smaller companies. So it's the whole gamut of where we place them in roles, everything from, I'm in technology, so I didn't have a technology background. I can talk about how that, what I'm doing and what the military had here gave me to be able to do that here in a second. But everything from logistics to sales to transportation and really the skills we have are really adaptable. So if I can parachute into a foreign country and convince them to, fight on our side, on our behalf, you can probably go sell something, right?
Right.
And those are the skills that we try to make them understand they have. Like, hey, you've been doing sales all your life. If you're working in the covert side and you're trying to convince somebody to be a spy against their country, you can probably go sell something, right? It's the same thing. It's influence. All the way to planning, design thinking, leadership, getting things done. So a very structured planning process. How you mentioned earlier, how you task organize around things. So you bring those skills. And then there are a lot of technology skills that our folks have, like rapid development, rapid fielding, rapid initiatives. That's agile development in the tech world. So they just don't realize they have it because it's different language. So we help them translate that overall. what we've seen is a steady growth. So our average salary for our veterans, now this is enlisted, so E5 all the way up to colonels, the average salary coming out of the military for our program now is $140,000.
Nice.
That's that's well above the national average for the same population set, which is 5 figures. And it's part of making sure that they understand their value, they can talk about their value on how they're going to deliver it, and then we connect them with willing people that are willing to listen. Because once these hiring partners hear the stories, that's the magic.
So I'm not going to, let's figure out how to put this, not adopt a special operator, but is there a way you can sponsor just somebody out there that you go, hey, I align with what this person does. Can I kind of sponsor just one special operator, or someone out there could?
You can, yep. If you go to that same website, it's called Sponsor an Operator, and you'll get in contact with the organization, and you can have a discussion with them about what you're looking for. Particularly, what we really like is we're nationwide. If you're in a certain area, like here in Atlanta, we've got 7 men and women in the program right now that want to be right here in Atlanta. So our program costs about $5,000 over the course of 2 years. It includes their travel and coaching, so that sponsor helps that out. Plus, we like it even more if you help fund and support that transition from a financial, also their journey being a good mentor and helping them connect to your network out there. So
that's great.
Sponsor an operator and support the mission. Click those links on the website.
Well, let's talk about this big event, Thursday, June 6th, Governor's Gun Club, 7 to 9:30, and it is a fundraising event. Talking about raising money, this is something that is so important in a great group of people that have served your nation, served you directly. This is a way to help them. Who wants to take it? So how did it come about, and how do people get involved there?
Absolutely. So Tommy left the CEO role, got recruited back to Truist about a year and a half ago. And so this year we decided to join the Atlanta Task Force and help plan our fundraiser here in Atlanta. And because we're members of the Governor's Gun Club and it's an amazing facility, we convinced everyone that that's where it needed to go. So it's actually a 3-tiered fundraising event. During the day, starting at 2 o'clock, there's very limited tickets, only 10 for sale. It's a shoot with an operator event. So for 2 hours at the Governor's Gun Club, you shoot alongside one of these transitioning fellows. You go through our 3 ranges at the gun club. And then at 4 o'clock, you have a private cocktail hour and full dinner with George Pirro. George Pirro is the lead interrogator of Saddam Hussein.
Jeez.
Big time.
Yeah, anybody that lived through the 90s like we all did, man, remember how incredible that moment was when we went in, and then much later when we actually got him and he was down in the hole.
Right. Yeah. So George Pirro is going to have an intimate dinner with these exclusive ticket purchasers. And then at 6 o'clock, we have a VIP cocktail reception in the gun club, and you'll get to mingle with all the fellows along with George Pirro and the band that's coming. So that's the Scott Brown Band. So general admissions at 7 o'clock, $50 a ticket, all tax write-offs, right? It's a 501c3, platinum rated, might I add. So that means our money's spent well. And so at 7 o'clock, the doors open for general admission, and we've got an incredible band, Scott Brown with the War Hippies. So they are partners. Yeah. You know them?
Yeah, I do. Well, they just played a big event for Shepherd's Men up in North Carolina.
Absolutely. Yeah. So we've known them for quite a while, and Tommy worked with Donnie very closely and Scott through the national events in Denver. Is it Denver, Colorado? Yeah. So they're storytellers. They're folksy rock band storytellers, and it's going to be a great gathering. We've got almost 400 tickets for sale. So I'd really love to see all of our Patriot friends at the Governor's Gun Club that night.
Yeah, get those quick. And for the private event with George Pirro, how many tickets are available for that? And how do can they get those tickets still, or is it already sold out?
There's 10 tickets available. I'm not sure how many are left. It's $2,500 donation for that shooting event and the private dinner with George Pirro.
That's amazing.
Worth every penny.
Absolutely. And then it's tax write-off too.
Oh,
and then get to hang out and see live music. And just at a great facility, and Rhino and I have been there. Carlos too. We've done events there at Governor's Gun Club. It is an incredible place. So I think people are going to be encouraged to do this out of a few different reasons. It's a cool event. You get to hang out with cool people, and then on top of that, you're supporting some of the finest and bravest that have ever graced the United States of America. And we've had some pretty fine and brave people defend this nation before. This is a really cool event, and I hope and think that people have and will get involved. Go to SOTF. It is SOTF.org. All the ticketing information, I assume, is there. You can get it.
Yeah, you'll click the events button and find Atlanta.
Yeah, I'm just, I'm so excited for y'all, and I love what you're doing for our men and women in uniform. This is something that I feel like, over the years has always been talked about. Making sure that we take care of our veterans and especially our Spec Op guys. Yet it doesn't seem like it's ever come together quite like it has in the last few years. Have y'all experienced that too?
Yeah, that's exactly it. I think we hit this tipping point of lots of great organizations coming together. It's an acknowledgement there was a problem out there, and you get these problem solvers who are like, government's not going to solve it for us.
Imagine that.
We're going to solve it, and that's what's happened. And once it happens, it just feeds on itself. More people get involved, more veterans get involved, and it's just not the veterans. Even if you're not a veteran, some of the best supporters of our organization haven't served a day in their life in the military. And they're just incredible patriots and supporters of our mission and other missions, So just to highly encourage you to get involved. Come out, if you don't do the bigger sponsorship or the higher end, come out to that evening event. Scott of the Scooter Brown Band, Marine veteran, Marine combat veteran, just an amazing singer. And you'll get a chance to meet us in the organization and George Pirro there. So just really, really great event, great place, great people.
SOTF.org is the website. SOTF. Is there anything we left out?
Yeah, I don't think there are a lot of great packages on here, by the way, too. I'm looking at them. You got presenting sponsors still available, I believe. I don't know if it's still, one left. So, if you're a big company, there's a great way for you to support this as well. And there are other different tickets, the Heroes VIP ticket. They've got some of those, and then the Patriots concert ticket. So make sure you go to the website and check that out. Can I ask, can we get off a little bit?
Man,
and just
absolutely, yeah.
So what do you think about what's going on right now with our military and the way it's being handled from the guys with all the ribbons that wear the uniform but don't actually get on the ground to what our service members are facing today?
Yeah, I think we're off track, personally.
Amen.
If it's not glaring, the threats that are out there right now, whether it's still fundamentalism or is real, it didn't go away. You clearly what Russia is doing in Ukraine, it's not going to stop there. Putin has a intent to expand and become a dominant global European power and do it by force. You got the China threat that is real and present. If it's not clear that we need the best postured, best equipped, best trained military with the right people, with the right focus, we're not going to do well.
We appreciate you coming in and taking the time to tell us about this great event over at Governor's Gun Club, June 6th with SOTF, and you can visit them, SOTF.org. When we come back on Xtra 106.3 after a Fox News update, someone tell Anthony Blinken there's a war going on in Ukraine. Let him know. Apparently, he is not aware of this event that's taking place, that's global. Next on Xtra 106.3.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Xtra 106.3. Hey, it's Pete, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
There was a headline, The Long History of Older and Younger People Not Seeing Eye to Eye, Washington Post. I read the whole story. Nowhere, predictably, did the writer actually explain what is going on here and the reason the young and the old don't see eye to eye. First of all, the older people have experienced the greatest teacher out there. These protesters, these stupid, mindless, useful, idiot protesters really have no idea how ignorant they are. And nobody can convince them because their minds are not yet developed to the point they can engage in rational thought.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Xtra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Xtra 106.3 app.
Marketing is everywhere. From the billboards on the highways to the notifications on your phone, We are constantly bombarded with people trying to sell us stuff. What makes good marketing? Are you doing enough in your life personally and professionally to market yourself? You have questions, and the Marketing Madmen have answers. Tune in every Saturday, now at 4 p.m., right here on Extra 106.3 to get practical marketing advice from expert guests who are shaping and reshaping the business world. They say marketing is a madman's game. Join the Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. to find out why.
You shouldn't need a degree in finance to choose a checking account. That's why we made Truist One Checking. No trade-offs, no compromise, no hassle. Just the stuff you want from a bank that cares. And that means no overdraft fees, lots of practical perks, and automatic upgrades. Truist One Checking. One simple choice. Visit truist.com/one. Truist.com/ONE. Truist Bank, member FDIC.
Neil Bortz here. Maybe you've already taken the steps to improve your health, maybe save your life. You're using a CPAP for your sleep apnea. I've been using one for well over 20 years. So right now, I'm here to tell you about a source for CPAPs and CPAP supplies here in the Atlanta area. CPAPs, etc. They're in Alpharetta. They have whatever you need. Roddy and Sharon are your CPAP experts, and they'll ship nationwide. More information, CPAPsETC.com.
Pack your bags and join the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets football team in Dublin, Ireland as Toe meets leather to kick off the 2024 football season in Dublin. The Aer Lingus College Football Classic will feature your Yellow Jackets versus the Florida State Seminoles in a special Week 0 matchup on August 24th, 2024. Don't miss this unique opportunity to visit one of the world's most popular travel destinations while cheering on the Jackets on a global stage. For travel packages, tickets, and more information, go to gt2ireland.com. Sting 'em.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. This hour is presented by Van Sant Law, vansantlaw.com.
They are blue Senate seats. Republicans hope to flip red. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. A governor hopes to win one, and ex-governor is trying to win the other.
The campaign for Maryland and America's future begins.
Larry Hogan won the Republican primary in the race to replace retiring Senator Ben Cardin.
In the Democratic primary, a much closer race and even an upset after Congressman David Schrone was defeated by County Executive Angela Alsobrooks.
Fox's Mark Meredith in Annapolis, Maryland. Schrone spent $60 million of his own money in that race, 10 times more than Alsobrooks. In West Virginia, Governor Jim Justice, with a Trump endorsement, won the Republican Senate primary.
Anybody in their right mind that could ever think that the Joe Biden administration and what we're doing is right, I think, is a lunatic.
Justice will face Glenn Elliott, a Democrat who's trying to keep the seat blue in the race to replace Democratic Senator Joe Manchin. In those states and Nebraska, there were easy primary wins again for former President Trump and President Biden, who announced new tariffs on Chinese imports, including electric vehicles and batteries.
I'm determined that the future of electric vehicles will be made in America by union workers, period.
The president also readying $1 billion worth of weapons and other military aid to Israel after the Biden administration blocked shipments of bombs to Israel, fearing they'd be used in an operation against Hamas in Rafah, an area of Gaza filled with Palestinian civilians. House Republicans were upset about that aid being blocked.
In an exclusive sit-down with Fox's Brian Kilmeade, House Speaker Mike Johnson says he's stunned that House Democratic leadership is whipping against a GOP bill to stop President Biden from blocking or conditioning weapons for Israel.
It surprises me, and our plan is to be very aggressive to ensure that the actual will of Congress is maintained.
A whip note obtained by Fox says the bill is another partisan stunt by extreme MAGA Republicans.
That's Fox's Aisha Hasni at the Capitol. America's listening to Fox News.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code MONTHFREE by May 31st. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
All right, who's there for heroes or their families left behind when a service member or a first responder dies or is catastrophically injured in the line of duty? Who helps our country's homeless vets? I'll tell you who. It's the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Never forget the sacrifices of our country's greatest heroes. They're hoping all of us will donate $11 a month. Just go to their website, the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org, the letter T, number 2, letter T.org for the Tunnel to Towers Foundation.
Wake up with the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3 Atlanta.
Tuck, Rhino, and Los on the air until 10. 7 o'clock hour brought to you by Van Sant Law. If you ever need legal help, reach out. VanSantLaw.com. We'll go around the room real quick. Where are your favorite places to get taco and burrito sandwiches?
Oh, man. Taco and burrito sandwiches. I don't know. I mean, I usually go to my normal Las Palmas up there off of Sixes Road just to get my burrito. But a sandwich? I don't understand what that means.
I knew that would throw you off. Lowe's, what about you?
Taco Cabana when I'm in San Antonio. If I really am feeling daring, Taco Macho in the gas stations of North Georgia.
Attaboy. Let me tell you. The reason I ask you this, the question came up, are tacos sandwiches? And logically, the answer is no, right? I mean, on the surface, the answer is no.
No.
Well, a judge in Indiana has ruled that yes, indeed, tacos and burritos are sandwiches.
He's a liar.
I would think so. But he needs to have his legal standing taken away.
Why was this ruled in this way? This is what I need to know.
Okay,
but
I'll give you the background.
When I think of a sandwich, I think of something between two pieces of bread, and it could be a tortilla, two pieces or tortilla. Sure. But you wrap a burrito in one. So it's wrapped. It's not set between.
You just fold the taco,
and
right?
you fold the taco, right?
Some guy wanted to open a Mexican restaurant in a strip mall, but the contract said he could only sell made-to-order sandwiches, so he sued, claiming tacos and burritos are sandwiches, and the judge agreed. So
that's why
he used lawfare. He used lawfare and was able to open his restaurant the way that he saw fit.
Because I think there was a argument a long time ago whether or not a hot dog was a sandwich or a hamburger is considered a sandwich, and I consider a hamburger more of a sandwich than a hot dog because again it's got to have two pieces of bread to me.
Although if the hot dog, what if you pull the hot dog bread apart, then
it becomes a sandwich.
Right? Yeah.
Well, isn't a hoagie one piece of bread?
Yes, that's not a sandwich though. That's a hoagie. That's a grinder.
A hoagie sandwich though, is that not what they're called?
No, it's a hoagie.
Oh, okay, all right. I always said sandwich.
I mean, people call them sub sandwiches, but still they're subs, not sub sandwiches.
See, I always called them sandwiches. I always said sandwiches too. Lowe's, do you have an opinion on this?
No, it's a total waste of time.
I do like to cut hot dogs in half though. Sometimes when I don't have hot dogs buns, and I cut 2 hot dogs in half, and then I cut them again, and then I stack them in between my bread, and then I grill cheese them.
You know how to live.
Yeah,
my daddy used to cut up hot dogs and fry them in eggs.
Yes,
like he would make scrambled eggs with hot dogs cut up in there. God, it was
hot
so
sauce.
Good. It was so. I never did hot sauce, but I know people who do.
Tree,
dude, it is. You know what else he would do? He would take bologna and fry it. He would put a little slit in there. So dude,
you gotta put the slit, otherwise it like pops up.
If you go to any mom and pop restaurant in North Georgia, probably South Georgia, maybe even all over the Southeast. I don't know. I just grew up in Northwest Georgia, so I'm just telling you how I saw it, and still see it. When we were driving through South Carolina the other day, the little place that we stopped right before we got on I-20 with a little hole in the wall, and it was delicious. The people were the nicest people you ever meet in your life, and they had a fried bologna sandwich, and I had me one.
Yeah, I love seeing the fried bologna sandwich up on a menu too.
Buddy, that's a good.
It is a good thing.
That's good living.
Because I don't like bologna unless it's fried.
Well.
And
I like
once
both,
it's fried,
fried is better.
Yeah, that's when I'm like, this tastes like a hot dog.
Well, let's be honest. Even tofu, Los, anything's better fried.
Definitely.
See, I mean that's something we can all get on board.
But I'm not a giant fried food person. I know that if you fry it,
it's good.
It's gonna be good.
There you go, man. It's pretty simple. When I saw that, I was like, taco sandwich, burrito sandwich, that doesn't make any sense. But this judge in Indiana says yes, indeed, it is.
Well, good for him. I mean, that's a good win. Stop keeping places out because they want to make money, and you have these stupid rules.
This is so dumb. And I'm sure it's like a Subway is next door to it or something. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Some big chain is next door, and they're like, no, you can't because we have I guess it was a...
or vice versa. It was maybe there was a taco place somewhere.
Maybe
and
you're
he's
right.
like, they're not tacos, they're sandwiches.
Exactly. I love the way... I love the way he thought. How's quick on your feet? It's a taco sandwich.
Yeah, it's a taco sandwich.
Just put sandwich on the end of it and you win. Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. I don't know if y'all have noticed. Have y'all heard about this war between Russia and Ukraine? Y'all heard about this thing?
Yeah.
I mean, this thing
seems to be making some news
That's
somewhere.
right. And apparently the U.S. is throwing crazy amounts of money at it. And it's getting us nowhere. There is
the U.S. is, not taxpayers, right?
Well, the U.S. is taxpayers. So,
that's right.
It's all.
But so we are throwing money at it.
Yes.
But it's like $5 billion, right?
No,
It's like $10 billion?
Like 6.
No, more.
Like $61 billion?
Most recently, $61 billion.
No.
So if you're in a war-torn country, what would you expect? And you listening at home, you do this little experiment with us too. In a war-torn country, what do you expect to see around you?
Rubble.
Like, rubble is good. Yeah, like bombs dropping.
Tanks.
Yeah.
Guns.
There's no entertainment.
50 cals.
Entertainment, but no, Los, there is entertainment.
Oh, what? Huh?
What?
There is entertainment. Neil Young, everybody. Keep on rocking in the free world.
USO?
No. Don't turn it down. Turn it up. This is Anthony Blinken, everybody.
Wait, what?
Anthony Blinken.
Nuh-uh.
Playing a guitar in Ukraine, in a war-torn country, in a bar. Like, does he not realize that there's a war going on? He's over there rocking in a free world with Neil Young. Wait, not really Neil Young, but playing Neil Young's song.
These are not serious people. And all they've done,
he's a horrible singer, by the way.
All they've done is bought themselves a little bit more time to wash our money and pay themselves back with it.
Yeah.
That's it.
So what I got out of that yesterday was, this is a celebration. I brought all your money from the American people with me, and we're going to celebrate at a bar like you would if you found a bunch of money that didn't belong to you, and you could waste it on anything you want. Let's go spend everybody else's money and rock to a free world, free of any kind of questioning, free of any kind of examining where the money goes. Yeah. This is disgusting to me when I saw that yesterday.
So the story was out yesterday as well that you had a number of different shell companies, fake companies that were set up. And so where our money has gone is to basically Ukrainian oligarchs. They're getting rich off of this. Meanwhile, the Russians just walk right into northern Ukraine and nothing happens because, you know what? There are no defenses.
They don't have enough people. And then you have people like Lithuania, I believe, that's saying, hey, we need to send NATO troops in. Lithuania actually advocating for that.
I mean, the fear of Putin running all over Europe, you'd think we don't have time to
play
party
rocking in
and
the free world at a
rock
bar.
around.
Come on.
I'm going to be very interested to ask Buddy Carter, because we had this conversation about how we're not spending money, we're not sending money, we're watching it, we have good tracking on all the weapons, and it's not our money, we're sending weapons. Well, first of all, our money buys those weapons, our money pays for all those weapons, so it is our money. But the second of all, there was a lot of cash sent over there, and like Carlos just said, they were set up in accounts all over, and now we can't track this money. There is no inspector general to say, hey, taxpayers, this is where your money's going. This is what it's benefiting. Obviously, this is what it's benefiting. Buying rounds for people in a bar in Kiev.
This is his quote. Your soldiers, your citizens, particularly in the north and east in Kharkiv, are suffering tremendously. But they need to know the United States is with you. So much of the world is with you. We're fighting for a free Ukraine, but also for a free world. So the free world is with you, and that's when he breaks into rocking the free world. I mean,
man, what a moment he made for himself.
These are not serious people.
No question.
And once again, let's point something else out, because we're protecting democracy, right? I mean, that's
what they tell me.
So we're basically protecting what is the most corrupt country in all of Europe. And by the way, who announced that they're suspending elections until further notice.
Well, yeah, well, that's democracy in action, Rhino.
They're also protecting a president named President Biden. They're protecting secrets that and corruption that they know about. So this is their, hey, here's my payoff, here's my ransom. Let me go ahead and send Anthony Blinken over with his guitar and all your money hidden inside of it, because this is what we're doing. We're funneling money over there. We're funneling it back. We're pretending that we're doing something in the name of democracy and saving democracy around the world. we're the bad guys. We're always the bad guys. And they're stealing from you to do this. I can't believe there's anybody that can seriously sit there and tell me. And again, Buddy Carter's coming in next week, 5 days from today on the 20th. He said he wanted to come in, hang out with us, and talk more about what's going on in the House and Senate. I'm going to be interested to play this for him and say, so this is what's going on. This is what's happening in a war-torn country, and I want his reaction to that.
I will enjoy the whole idea of pointing this out to the representative and saying, so this is where you set my money? Happily?
Did you buy the guitar too? Did you buy the amps? I mean, what all have we bought?
I mean, you're actually authorizing these children, this teacher's lounge, with my money, because I know I'm writing a check every single year to the government. Every single year. And this is where you've sent it to these people that are not serious about a war that's already been lost?
And the war on the ground that has been lost is not just us, in our opinion. That is the generals in the Ukrainian army that are saying we do not have enough people to win this war.
Right.
Doesn't matter what the West sends us as far as weapons, money, does not matter. From their own mouths, we can't win this war because we don't have enough people. So that kicks open the door for NATO. And then when Lithuania and France and other people start floating this idea that we need to be involved with this, boots on the ground. Now, Lithuania, to their point, is, we're just going to send people that are going to train the Ukrainian army so they can send their trainers actually to the front line. That's what they suggested, but that's just the crack in the door to get NATO in there and make this a bigger war.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And they want it almost to spread so they can continue to funnel money. The reality of it is, no matter what people say, that Putin's going to go into Poland, Putin's going to go in here, Putin's going to go in there. That's a distraction, obviously. I don't put it past Putin to want to control all of Europe. There's no doubt in my mind that man is sick. He is crazy. But the fact of the matter is this. He can't even get to Kiev to interrupt rocking in a free world. He can't even get there, let alone Poland or Germany or anywhere else you say that we're going to need to continue to send money.
It's interesting how they try and make it out to be, 1939 and it's the German Blitz and that's what the Russians are doing. And yes, 2 years later, you still haven't taken the capital. We're still stuck into trench warfare.
What's the holdup?
Oh, I guess old armament, old military. I mean, part of the reason why the Russians made this move is because they're aging out. Like, it was either now or never. So that's just what it is at this point. And in the meantime, then our government responds with, well, let's pretend this is like a legitimate war when it comes to, freeing a country. And so we'll just keep sending more money there than we've spent in our entire war of terrorism.
I'm not going to take Putin for his words, by the way, but when he continues to talk and say, hey, we can have a ceasefire, here's some paperwork, here's some stuff. They would do anything to get a ceasefire in Israel and Hamas against a bunch of terrorists. They won't ask for the return of hostages there. And they still won't say, hey, you know what? Let's call for a ceasefire there. Let's stop this. Let's stop sending money. Let's stop sending weapons. Let's call for a ceasefire. Let's actually get these two together and see what's going on. There is no arrangements made whatsoever to get this. Why? Why aren't we calling for a ceasefire there? If there's one party that's willing to do it, you can't tell me Ukraine wouldn't sit back and go, okay, look, we're willing to negotiate at this point.
See, I don't know that Zelensky would. Why would he? With all this flow of cash coming in, why would he ever do that?
Okay, so that's the fun part in all of this. The fun part about this, and this will make you wonder about your entire teacher's lounge and your federal government. We already have the construct to have a peace agreement.
Yep.
We've had this for a number of years now. Here's what the peace agreement would be. Here's how it would go. Washington won't allow it. Washington will not allow the Ukrainians to make peace with the Russians. Why? Because you're making a lot of money by pumping it in there.
The money just continues to flow. And
those biolabs, too.
Yeah, don't forget
you don't want to lose those.
Don't forget about those.
Those ones that don't exist until they did.
We have a peace agreement already lined out with the Ukrainians and the Russians, and Washington, D.C. will not allow the Ukrainians to take it.
And we'll get into this a little later in the show about the whole, we know where the Hamas leadership is and yet won't tell the Israelis, which is, like bottom of the barrel style politics. But anyway, we'll get to that a little later in the show. Biden administration now enacting Donald Trump's policies. This is so glorious when they have to go back on their own policies because they suck so bad and go to the ones that worked that they condemned while Trump was in office.
Yeah, we saw it with the border, and them going back to some of the border policies that Donald Trump put in place. Now we're seeing it with the way they're handling China and the economy. The only difference is that the tariffs that the Biden administration was putting on are a little bit different. They don't actually really hurt China as much as you want to think. There are 100% tariffs on China when it comes to EV. The others are 50% on like solar panels and other climate initiative ideas. Because the Biden administration is trying to capitalize on a different kind of energy, China don't care. China's still working with oil. They're buying oil. They're setting themselves up to have good energy for a long time. But this doesn't help Americans, and this is a pander. They're trying to say, hey, if we do this, we're going to boost American manufacturing in solar, EV, and others. We already know that EV is not working when it comes to American manufacturing. Look at Ford. So now what they're doing is saying this is going to help cut fees. This is going to help cut costs. We're going to fix the economy by putting 100% tariffs on China. Let me tell you what's not going to happen. We're not saving money. We're not fighting inflation. We're not fighting interest rates by doing this. What we're doing is forcing China to either really retaliate one way or another when it comes to our exports and imports into China. And the other thing is raising the price on all goods that come out of China that we actually might need.
There was something that was lost in the weeds yesterday. And this is the pander moment. This is when you look at so many of these states where, let's face it, unions are a big deal in Michigan, okay? Mm-hmm. So here's what the Biden administration is doing. Look, we're going after China, and we're going to increase these tariffs, and we're going to help you out, America. We're going to help you out with your auto industry. Except all this stuff comes from Mexico.
Mm-hmm. Well, but it's Chinese, built in Mexico, taking advantage of the USMCA.
Exactly. And so the fun part about it, and the sleight of hand here, is that they will not be subjected to these tariffs.
Right.
That's what the representative, when she was asked about it, had to sidestep it, realizing what they're being asked about. Wait a minute, but this stuff is coming through Mexico. Yeah, we'll get back to you on that.
It's because it's a Chinese company, Chinese factory, built in Mexico with the help and the tutelage, the guiding hand of the Mexican government, knowing exactly what's going to happen to take advantage and skip those tariffs.
And the administration knows that.
Absolutely, they do.
Of course they do. And then they continue to do that because the other big tariff they put on was steel. Okay, and the reason for that is that U.S. Steel sold out to Japanese companies. This is a protection of those Japanese companies. And also to say, hey, to all the union, because they're very upset that U.S. Steel and steel industry is being sold out to foreign interests like the Japanese. And now they're sitting here saying, well, why as a union would we vote for Biden? This is all pandering to unions more than anyone else, just like Carlos just said. But this is what the administration is trying to do. They're trying to make you think they're fixing the economy, that it is a slow roll, but they're the ones to run with. Because yesterday, KJP, this is all she talked about. Number one, she said, hey, we understand that people are hurting right now. That's why we're bringing down the cost of insulin. That's why we've done these tariffs. Well, let me tell you, less than 1% of people need insulin. That doesn't help people when it comes to eggs, when it comes to dealing with buying mortgages or buying cars.
Paying for gas.
Yeah, they say, oh, we're cutting junk fees. I'm still paying junk fees. Don't know about you guys. They're there. We're relieving student debt. We already know that's not going to happen. This is pandering to say we're fixing the economy when they're really not.
And it's so clear. It's so obvious that they're not. Trump is proving he knows how to fight, and he's wicked smart. So get ready. He is going to make some people take notice, I believe, shortly. We'll talk about that next. On Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Extra 106.3 app. Listen to us there. So if you leave the car, you can go back and listen to on-demand segments that you might have missed or anything that you'd like to hear again. It's incredible flexibility. Download it wherever you download your apps by searching for XTRA 106.3 FM, Atlanta. Hey, it's Tug. The Morning Extra has you covered from 6 to 10, and Kimmer's got you on the ride home.
Artie Blank, big fan of Joe Whitetrash, the billionaire Home Depot co-founder and big-time Charlie guy with he's having a high-dollar fundraiser for President Joe crime family on the eve of the Democrats' commencement speech at Morehouse.
Artie's got all the money he needs. To hell with the rest of us.
Wow.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Hey Atlanta, it's Los. Let's talk about Exmark mowers. And where do you pick that up? Over at Howard Brothers. For a city that has long been dominated by Exmark turf, tracer, walk-behind mowers, Atlanta and Howard Brothers is seeing an increase in the use of the stand-on mowers from Exmark. The Vertex stand-on mower makes quick work of a wide range of mowing jobs. Every detail was considered when this was developed. It was researched, designed, and tested to deliver the quality landscaping professionals expect when they purchase an Exmark. Pro landscapers, have you seen the new Exmark Vertex mowers at Howard Brothers yet? You can stop by any of Howard Brothers' 7 locations around town and step into your next lawnmower. The grass is always greener when you take care of it with Exmark and with Howard Brothers.
Are you thinking about dressing up your windows? Nothing enhances your home like gorgeous shutters, blinds, or shades. This is Jim Niarchos from the All Four Seasons Home Show. Our guest this Saturday morning will be Jeff Castleberry of Castleberry Shutters. Jeff will be sharing valuable tips and advice when it comes to considering window treatments that will save you frustration and money. Castleberry Shutters on the All Four Seasons Home Show right here on Extra 106.3.
My name is Amy Risley. I have been working for Bruce Hagen for 17 years. When I first started, my boys were 4 and 6, and whenever I needed, Bruce allowed me to bring them to our office. Bruce has always treated us like family, and 17 years later, I still love coming to work for Bruce Hagen. The best part of my job is when I get to put a settlement check in the hands of someone Bruce won a case for and see it change their life. I'm Amy Risley, and I work for Bruce Hagen. Let Bruce Hagen work for you. Hagen-law.com.
Introducing Sonder Health Plans, your trusted local partner for Medicare Advantage in Georgia. Only in Georgia. With Sonder, you'll get comprehensive coverage that's tailored to your needs. They offer $0 primary care visits, $0 premiums, and access to a wide network of Georgia healthcare providers. Visit SonderHealthPlans.com now to learn more about their value-based care that won't break the bank. Or call 888-428-4440. Sonder Health Plans. Your doctors, your neighbors, your friends.
Stephen, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, we can't offer you the position.
Why?
Well, we ran your background check and there were several red flags.
Like what?
You were arrested 7 times for reckless driving.
So
you're applying for the school's bus driver position.
If you're in charge of hiring for your company, you know how helpful a background screening can be. That's why companies that use Horizon Background Screening make smarter hiring decisions. Don't let the wrong hire put your company at risk. Get the real story on your candidates at horizonscreening.com. Horizonscreening.com.
It's time to slide into summer at Truist Park as your Braves take on the Washington Nationals and Oakland A's May 27th through June 2nd. And don't miss 2 exciting giveaways like the Ronald Acuna Jr. NL MVP bobblehead presented by Delta on May 28th, followed by the Matt Olson bobblehead presented by Northside Hospital on May 30th.
Swung on and rocked down the left field line. Rolling down the line all the way to the wall. Braves will take the lead. 2-1 Atlanta here in the 4th.
And the CMT Hot Prospects Concert Series is back in the Battery Atlanta, featuring up-and-coming country artists every Friday throughout the summer. Previous artists have gone on to great success in the country music industry, and on May 31st, Chapel Hart will take the stage for a pregame concert at the Plaza Green. There's plenty of fun all week, and no better place to spend your Memorial Day and the first week of summer than Truist Park. Visit Braves.com/promos to get your tickets. Atlanta Braves baseball. We are Braves country.
Can't afford to fill your grocery bags or a gas tank? Fill your day with the best conservative talk for free by downloading the Extra 106.3 app wherever you download your apps.
If I were on death row down in Jackson, Georgia, you know, the big penitentiary down there.
Yeah.
The jail down in Jackson. Nobody wants to be down there. But if I were on death row.
What'd you do?
Well, no. Well, I mean, I'm hoping. I'm just saying, if I were.
Build this story for me.
Well,
Yeah.
One day I was out and
terrorist act.
Yes. How'd you know? You took words right out of my mouth.
You got tired of all those Emory protesters
Exactly
and
right.
the Stop Cop City
You just
people?
went down there and whipped their ass.
All right.
Drove over them with your truck. Man, you're terrible. Okay, so that's why you're on death row.
And then he backed up over him.
That's twice.
That's what got him.
Twice. That one dude was still moving, so I went back over him.
You sure it was a dude?
Well, as far as I know,
they didn't buy the insanity defense.
You got my promo.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so good. Now I know how you're in Jackson, Georgia.
Right. So my last meal will probably be gravy and biscuits, only if it's made by scratch. Don't give me none of this fast food restaurant gravy and biscuits. I don't know that. I want made from scratch.
Mountain lady.
Yes.
Grandma.
Like Mama would make.
Mama, okay.
And maybe a big old breakfast, because I love breakfast. That'd be my last meal. What would y'all choose if you're in Jackson?
I'm going for kind of like a boil. So I want corn, I want andouille sausage, I want crawfish, I want shrimp thrown in there.
Big old
and you got to throw lobster, like 6 lobsters in there. I'm going all in.
You may as well. Lowe's.
Okay, so here's the problem, and I don't mean to curtail your entire thing.
Yeah.
But because I've long looked into last meals. This is like one of my favorite things to look into.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, along with like aliens.
I'm intrigued.
Most of the time in most states, it's whatever they have that they
So it's
can
not
produce.
like the.
So it's not like
It's not like the movies.
So if you say like, "Hey, I want a Domino's pizza," they don't get you they make the pizza in house.
That's BS.
And you get whatever they got.
Okay, well,
so when you say
funny.
lobster, I'm like, if they don't serve lobster,
You ain't get
lobster.
It's funny you bring that up because there is a delivery driver from McDonough named Carissala, 39, part-time Instacart driver. She got an Instacart order, and it's getting a whole lot of attention on TikTok because she said the order was supposed to be picked up and delivered to the prison for a death row inmate's last meal. She went to Publix and picked up potato wedges and chicken wings, and this is her talking about it.
This man from prison done ordered him a whole platter of wings, and them folks told me to turn it right back around because he cannot have this. Look at this. I just left the prison. They told me to turn it back around and donate it to somebody else. I ain't gonna lie, that man had me feeling some type of way because I'm thinking I'm finna this last meal before they execute him. When he done sat there and ordered a meal on Instacart. God may not come when you want it, but he right on time. Cause get what me and my kids eating for dinner tonight. Some wings and some potato wedges.
God came through the night.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I don't know whether to
I
laugh
love her.
or cry.
I'm in love with her now.
I love her, but that's just this whole thing, man. This poor man was wanting his wings.
So you might be saying to yourself, I'm going to get like a New York style pizza or some deep dish Chicago style pizza from somewhere. And it's like, no, you're not. You're going to get the pizza they produce in the prison. And that's going to be your last meal.
I don't want my kids are eating tonight.
You better second guess running over those protesters now. Now you're not going to get your biscuits.
or your lobster.
Yeah.
You're sitting back going like, I'm going to get lobster. No, you're not.
I was getting 6 of them too. And now I know I'm not getting one.
Super let down, man. It's bad. Lowe's bringing the knowledge again. Damn it, Lowe's. Why are you ruining this?
You get all excited about it. I'm going to eat this. I'm going to eat this. It's like, no, you're going to get prison food, but you're going to get what you requested.
How mad is that guy who's like, yo, so that was the last credit I have for Instacart too, man.
How are you able to order on Instacart from prison? I mean,
He went to like the library computer. I don't know. Yeah, that don't make sense.
Maybe
somebody messed with him. Like somebody didn't like him. Is like, hey, you get to order your last meal. Here's the Instagram account. The Instacart account.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, thanks, man. Give him some wings and some potatoes.
Yeah, that just seems so nuts, man.
I like her turnaround, though, man. I feel bad for this man. He was ordering his last wings.
I know what we eating tonight.
But I know what we're eating tonight. Key babies, we coming home with a lot of wings and potato wedges.
I don't know. That's why I said I don't know to.
I turned like that too, though.
Yeah.
I was like, look, I got a bunch of free wings here. Kids, guess what?
What am I supposed to do?
Look what I brought home.
Anyway.
So, by the way, Steven Anderson was hit with 7 counts of murder and was executed by lethal injection in California.
Mm-hmm.
He requested 2 grilled cheese sandwiches, a pint of cottage cheese, corn mixture, peach pie, chocolate chip ice cream, and radishes.
That's horrible.
And that's what he had as his final meal.
That's what they had there at the prison, I guess. That's horrible.
Yeah, but that was his request, though. I mean, it's not like they just forced it on him, and that's what he asked for.
I guess.
So
well, they
weird.
might have given him like, "Hey, here are your choices." And it was like, "Yeah, I'll take that stupid corn mix is pretty good."
Give you an example. Ted Bundy didn't request a special meal.
Mm-hmm.
So Ted Bundy, before he was electrocuted in Florida, was given the traditional last meal: steak cooked medium rare, eggs over easy, hash browns, toast with butter and jelly, milk and juice.
That sounds all right, though.
I gotta tell you,
I ain't
man,
mad about that.
If I could get that this evening, I'd be doing.
Can I get my hash brown scatter smothered and covered though?
Seriously, I mean, get some cheese on there or something. Oh my heavens.
Topped.
I just
when I go out, I want to top it out too.
Go out in style.
Yeah.
Go out in style. Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Lowe's Trump. He's wicked smart. He's sneaky. This Donald Trump man.
This was fun yesterday because you have the gag order from Judge Merchan in New York, and so Donald Trump has racked up now, I think it's $10,000 worth of fines because he was violating the gag order. And he started by saying, well, why don't you put me in jail? Like, I'm serious about this whole constitutional aspect. They won't do it. They're not going to go down that road. And so he decided, well, how do I take things up a notch? Now, last week it was, I'm going to read an article from somebody else talking about this case to bash the case. Well, that caught you another fine. So this time around, he's like, let me call my lieutenants in. And so the best one probably was listening to Vivek Ramaswamy yesterday.
He's the best.
He comes out of the courthouse. He proceeds to crap all over what's going on because you know what? There's no gag order there.
Nope.
And so it was one after another of people stepping out and saying, this is a farce. This is craziness. And again, this is all being engineered by a very smart man.
Yeah, you know, they claim that the campaign had nothing to do with this. I don't believe, maybe the campaign didn't, Donald Trump did. Donald Trump is smart enough to know, hey, maybe it was one of his lawyers as well saying, you know, you can't say anything, but you know who can? There's a great speaker I know named Vivek. He might be the guy to do it. And then Byron Donalds jumps up. What another great guy to get up there and start speaking. Doug Burgum's there. I'm like, wow, this is fantastic. What a great idea. And I kind of chuckled at it because I was like, this is just pure brilliance. They're allowed, Michael Cohen's allowed to make money off of this trial, left and right, and no gag order whatsoever. The judge can say whatever he wants. Fat Alvin can talk all he wants. But who can't? The person that is being persecuted. And I love that he did this. It was brilliant.
And it's the guise of, well, you're not allowed to say anything because you could influence a jury and you could mess with this trial. So that's where the gag order is in place. So all he did was, well, you've removed my First Amendment rights, but you can't do all these people.
That's exactly right. We'll just go right around it.
So let's just have all of them roll in. And what's the judge going to try and say? Well, you're intimidating witnesses. No, sorry, I'm not part of this. I'm just an observer. And you know what? My First Amendment rights don't end when I walk into your courtroom or walk out of it.
Do y'all take a little exception, and maybe I shouldn't, but I do, with Mike Johnson going down there in support of Donald Trump? And not because he's supporting Trump, because he sold out America and he sold out conservatives. So that's the part that bothers me. I'm fine with them speaking on behalf of Donald Trump. But at the same time, I'm like, I don't want to see you right now, man. To be honest, I just don't want to see you because I'm so disappointed in the way you've handled everything in that speakership when you came in with such promise.
Yeah, I thought it was the wrong place for him at that moment. You had enough powerful speakers with Vivek alone, and then you followed up with Doug Burgum and Byron Donald. I thought it was weird for Mike Johnson to be there, but I do understand it. See, there is a thought that, hey, Donald Trump and Mike Johnson are going to figure out their differences one way or another, just not right now. And what they're going to do is try to win the House and the Senate, and they're hoping that the House Speaker will help deliver the House more than anything else and bring that party together. You're not bringing those never-Trumpers along with you, Mike Johnson. There's no chance whatsoever. They're traitors. That's what I consider them, traitors at this point.
But I do feel that portion of, and they're not really Republicans because they spent so much time telling you about how they were the Republican intelligentsia and they were the conservative movement. And when somebody actually came in and started instituting conservative values the way Donald Trump did in 2016, they were the ones that went, wait a minute, you're stealing my bit. They're the ones who became the Never-Trumpers. They're so far on the periphery, you know, the Lincoln Project type of weirdos. Nobody's paying any attention to them anymore. And so I do respect that Donald Trump is lining out allies to make sure, hey, we're not going to see eye to eye on everything with the speaker, but I need as many allies as possible coming back into this place.
Morning Extra at Extra 106.3. It's 7:36.
Here we go.
Apparently.
Here we go.
Apparently that is a big deal as the time check in old school radio.
We might need to go a little long because I got 7 different cuts from yesterday's Kimmer show because Carlos, people don't know how brilliant Tug is. Tug brought up yesterday a part of the show that where people used to give out the time all the time. Now, I firmly believe, and so do you, that he did this because he knows that Kimmer throws out the time throughout his entire show. And I think he set Kimmer up. So Kimmer got word of us talking about giving out the time in the old days, and he started talking about it yesterday on the show because he realized at one point he gives out the time and didn't understand what was happening. So here he starts off. This one's a little bit long, but listen to him start talking about Tug and what we were talking about yesterday.
On the All-American Natal Morning Team, the Rhino, Tug, and the Smart One were talking about various things, and I heard Tug say something like, and it's 6:15, and he goes, oh my God, I said the time. And I heard it, and I thought, what? And he said, oh my God, I'm not making this up. He said, oh my God, I just said the time on the radio. He said, I haven't done that in my life. I never say the time on the radio. That's so old radio. That's so old fashioned. He said, that's so old fashioned. Hey, it's time. The temperature is by the time. And here's the temperature and stuff like that. He said, that's just so old fashioned. He said, nobody gives the time on the radio. In fact, the Rhino said, I never give the time because when I have to do the best of shows, you have the time in there and it may not fit with the time it's being played back. And I'm going, oh my God. I'm thinking to myself, I give the time all the time. I mean, I do it almost every segment. I say what time it is. I can't help it. It's just, I've been doing it for 55 years or something. And so it kind of comes out. But how could you, because you don't need the time. You're free in your car. You have your clock. If you're on your phone, you have everything. But still, I just automatically give the time. And Tug was chastising himself for giving the time because it's so old-fashioned. I thought that was so funny.
It is old-fashioned to do it. There's really no need anymore.
I know. Well, it's like, I don't wear a watch. I'm new-fashioned because I haven't worn a watch in years.
Neither.
Anyway, 3:14. Oh, sorry. It's sometime in the afternoon, so screw you.
All right. So that's the start of it. He starts to hear it. Now he's starting to realize it, and this is where your plan starts going into action. Here's cut 2.
God, I can't find out. All right, 3:30. 3:36. Let's see, 3:37. Oops, I gave the time. Now I'm thinking every time I give the time, I do it automatically just because I'm an old fart and I'm an old radio guy. I can't help it. Is that offensive or anything? Anyway, poor Tug, if he's listening, he's going, give the time again, damn it. He gave the time again.
You and your stupid time.
It is a crutch.
It is a crutch.
That's what it is. But it's old school. The way you do radio, old school because of the old diary system. You gave the time regularly.
There was reason behind it.
Yes, there was a logic to why you were doing it.
So now he's starting to realize it. Now he knows, and he tells a story, and then the thing is, he starts doing it every minute now, and it's starting to really throw him off. So he gives this story, and he gives the time, and then I'm going to follow up with another cut. Watch what happens here. Cut 3.
Anyway, 3:39. What?
Okay, so he gets out of the story, goes to that, goes into the next story, which is 30 seconds long, and then this happens.
3:39. I did
same time.
Now I'm going to think about giving the time. I'm sorry. He's such a head case. Oh, Lordy. In fact, remember, you used to get the time from the operator. You would call the operator. You called your phone, and they would give you the exact time is, and they give you exactly the time.
Yeah. Back in,
of course, that's back when you could get a live operator too. Look up that for you.
There was a recorded one too.
Absolutely. Yep, absolutely. 3.
Okay. So now it's starting to really eat at him. I mean, the show is starting to fall apart on him.
We're 40 minutes in.
We're 40 minutes in. He gives 3:39 and then comes back 30 seconds after telling the same story and gives 3:39 again. Now he's really getting messed up. So now he starts just giving out 2 numbers or 1 number. He just stopped. He realizes while he's saying it, listen to this one on cut 5.
Anyway, 3. Speaking of betting,
3.
Yeah, he does it. Now he does it again, and it goes off the rails. And then listen at the end when he gives out some other radio station.
Yeah, they've done it before.
Yeah. Anyway, 3:45. There we go. Sorry. Give it time. Move that clock with a Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder on 106.7.
Where? He's having flashbacks to being over on All News before it became a Christian station.
Yeah. And then here's the last one. This is going out to the end of the show, and it's another one of those where he starts to hear himself, and he gives a half time. There's no time involved at all.
Nice that he did, but still, it was a shame because she really was out of her league. I would know. 3. Although I did play Tommy in the Hasty Heart. Let's not talk about that now. Coming up, Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder. Almost 4 o'clock. Set your watch.
Set your watch.
You threw him totally off the whole first hour. That's all he could think about was now he's giving out the time. And the funny part is, you just brought it up because it was funny for us.
Yes,
you didn't tell Kimmer. You didn't say, Kimmer, don't give out the
It never
time
even
every
occurred
2
to me.
minutes.
It never even occurred to me.
Just for the audience to understand, back in the day, there was a diary system where our ratings were based on you writing down what you were listening to at what time.
Right.
Now we have a digital system that's been in play for the better part of 20 years, so it's eliminated the saying who you are, what time it is.
That's exactly right, because it just picks up like a pager. If you remember what a pager is, that will just pick up everything that you hear. If you walk by a store and there's a radio station on, it picks up that you
But
are
old school
hearing that
radio
station.
is to always say, hey, this is Tug. It's, 7:42.
That's right.
Because the idea is somebody would in their mind go, I listen to Tug at 7:40 in the morning.
That way I can write it down.
And they'd write it down and you would get credit for it.
I remember the traffic guy over at 101.5. He would say, remember your time listening to Cadillac, Dallas, and Tug on 101.5. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, he would make it a point.
Yeah.
He would bring it into the traffic.
It is funny because Kimmer's been doing this for 75 years radio, or at least 80 years. I don't know how long it's been. But that was the common thing, that was your crutch in between stories, in between things. You'd throw out the time so people knew when they were driving in their cars. And, you just had those back when, Kimmer was, probably about 40. They had those buttons on the car you push and like that little red line would slide across. There was no time on your phone.
Yeah, that's right.
The poor guy, he just kind of lost it yesterday, just giving out time after time. And then I love the part where he's just like, yeah, it's now 3. Anyway,
Then keep going.
Poor guy. And then gives out the wrong station.
The time and temperature number when I was growing up in Dalton, Georgia was 706-278-1213. And it was, at the time, it was a locally owned bank, Hardwick Bank, and then it was bought out by BB&T. And I don't know that it still operates, but I suspect that it does.
Yeah, ours was 555-1212.
See, there you go. Yeah.
It was the only 555 number. Like, remember, they used to use that in TV all the time. But
exactly right.
you call that one, you got the time.
555-5011. That's Zach Brown Band's phone number. 555-5011. Morning Extra and Extra 106.3 when we come back. Trump thinks Biden may not be the guy in November. Could he be right? Next on the Morning Extra at 7:44.
Stream Clay Travis and Buck Sexton, Glenn Beck, Fox News, and even NASCAR on Sundays, anywhere on the Extra 106.3 app. Download the app now and get 24/7 access to the live stream, the latest news, and everything you need to know about Atlanta's only conservative talk station. Download the Extra 106.3 app for Apple or Android and check out even more great original content at thepodcastpark.com.
Extra 106.3 listeners are falling in love with Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell.
Me and my wife now find our favorite sandwich place. That food over there was great.
Yeah, those rolls are so soft and sweet. I mean, it was just melt in your mouth. It was, and the steak was tender and juicy and flavorful. I can't say enough about it. It was very, very impressive.
It was so good.
Make Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell on Woodstock Road your new favorite spot for lunch or dinner. Nucky'sHoagies.com.
Being in an accident really bites. You need people around you that are going to make the whole process easier to deal with. I just described David Van Sant at Van Sant Law. He used to work for the insurance companies. What an advantage. He knows who to call, what to say, and they're not going to pull the wool over his eyes. Give him a call. Van Sant Law, 855-GA-INJURY, vansantlaw.com, 855-GA-INJURY.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 4 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffer from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. There are lots of competitors that don't have the credentials that I have. When you go to other clinics, you're not going to see a board-certified physician with the experience that I have. When you come to our clinic, you're going to see me. There's just not one therapy that can solve these complex issues. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. Total Body Therapy of Georgia, 404-777-1911, 404-777-1911. Online at stopmyed.com.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
At the Piedmont Bank, we're proud to be one of Georgia's largest community banks, focusing on serving businesses and the communities they serve. With headquarters right here in Metro Atlanta, our tailored banking expertise and solutions help meet the diverse needs of our customers so they have what it takes to grow, expand, and thrive. It's what elevates us above the rest. Find a location near you at Piedmont.bank and experience elevated banking for you and your business. The Piedmont Bank. Banking elevated. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
Hey there, I'm Tara, owner and publisher of Our Town Monthly Magazine, where you'll find familiar faces, local voices, and community businesses like Celebration Village of Ackworth.
Hi, I'm Jocelyn Cochran, Executive Director for Celebration Village Ackworth, the area's premier senior living community right here in Cobb County. We are located in Ackworth, Georgia, conveniently right off Cobb Parkway, Highway 41, within a mile of prime retailers, but still providing the privacy and peace of nature. We're offering true continuum of care with independent living, concierge living, assisted living, and memory care apartments. We currently offer the largest independent living apartments in our market. Our residents enjoy restaurant-style dining with seasonal menus featuring fresh ingredients and home-style meals. We offer resort-style amenities, transportation services, and a true maintenance-free lifestyle. We have had a long-running relationship with Our Town Monthly because we share the motto, family and community first.
Thanks, guys. We adore your amazing community. Friends, check out Celebration Village of Ackworth. It's a true senior living retreat. Tell them Our Town said hello.
Miss any of the show? No sweat. Grab your Extra 106.3 app and listen to show replays whenever you want. Download the Extra app now for Apple and Android by searching for XTRA 106.3.
I have been on the bandwagon, the train, if you will, of that Biden is going to be the nominee in November. I still believe that to be the case. I mean, they already know that it's late in the game. And then who are you going to field that'll go, yeah, I'll take a hack at this disaster that is the Biden administration. I'll take his place. But Donald Trump, he seems to think that Biden could be outlaws.
Yeah, it was kind of fun. He was on with Clay and Buck yesterday, and they actually split the interview. They had the first half they started off the show with, then the back end in their third hour they brought back the other half. And you're going to hear this part. It's about 2 minutes long. We'll get what we can get into it. Because Donald Trump is long-winded. He was asked about if he really believes he's going to end up facing Joe Biden when we get to November.
Do you really think he's going to be running against you? Do you think they'll let him debate you? Or do you think they're going to pull a bait and switch at the last minute?
I mean, I personally don't think so, but I've been saying that for a while. I personally don't think so, but...
you don't think he's going to run. You don't think he's going to run. Not that they're not going to pull a bait and switch, but you don't think he's able.
I think at some point he goes out. I think so. What do I know? I mean, I can only say that here he is, and he was never the sharpest bulb in the room ever. And now it's so dangerous for our country. We're dealing with Putin. We're dealing with President Xi of China, Kim Jong-un. We're dealing with these people that are 100%. They're at the top of their game, and they can't believe it. And this, could lead to Third World War. We still have a little bit more than 5 months to go. And actually, if you really look, I guess September, toward the end of September, Pennsylvania starts. And so we're really talking about a lot less than that because we really have to think in terms of that when they start. In the old days, we'd have a one-day election and would have paper ballots and would have a lot of good things. Now we have elections that start 45 days earlier than they're supposed to, and they keep going. They keep going until they get enough ballots. This is their form of cheating, and I have a voice, so I'm able to talk about it. And it's never pleasant. I mean, it's never pleasant doing this, but we have to. These are fascists. But if they have a good congressman and they send him a subpoena, he might as well resign because he doesn't have a chance of explaining to people to vote for him anymore. So I have such respect for the American public because they fed them all this nonsense. It's just garbage. You take a look at what they've done. Well, look at this case. Look at the way it's playing out. Again, not one legal expert says they even have a case. There's not even a crime.
It's always going back.
And it's a very
I don't blame him for going back to that. And
always goes back to it, yeah.
But I think, look, I don't know if they're going to replace him at this point. And I don't know, like you said, who's going to step up and want to take on all the problems that they've created. Yeah, nobody's going to do it. I think they've realized that they're probably going to end up losing this. Or the other thing is they say, hey, we got another plan. Don't worry about it. We'll still be able to get him elected no matter what. And we're still banking on the fact that we are going to put away Donald Trump.
Well, let's also keep this in mind, too. When 2020 happened and suddenly when everybody went to bed at 2 o'clock in the morning with Donald Trump going to win, and at 3 o'clock he wasn't going to win, or 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, regardless, whatever. When that occurred, you then had the Biden administration that basically, with whatever the ballots were, that won by a hair. Okay, and I use the finger quotes.
Right.
Won by a hair. They then turned that into a referendum to tear down everything that was going on in this country. If you have Donald Trump destroy Joe Biden, like landslide destroy him, that's a referendum.
Yeah.
That's where you get to tear apart everything that's ever occurred. Because if you're winning at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, it's not because the majority of the Americans thought we were going in the wrong direction.
No, but by golly, Joe Biden used it as a referendum. Look at all that he's done. Anybody who's a liberal, that's a leftist, that's an avowed believer in what the left believes, which is that America's a terrible place, you have to love Joe Biden because he's used his platform as a referendum. The Inflation Reduction Act was so damaging to America, no different than the ACA.
No, inflation's down. Everything's great.
Well, right, exactly.
The economy's perfect.
It was 9% when he got into office.
Right, exactly. But that's the thing.
Liar
Like,
in
he's
chief.
used it. He's used it as a referendum, even though it wasn't one. He's used it.
Again, if you're winning at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, that's not a referendum.
No,
But
no,
it was
not
done
right.
that way, and that's why I believe if this continues to go this way, and again, we went through some of the numbers a little bit earlier. Minnesota is a dead heat. Minnesota never goes Republican.
Yeah, it should never even be close. It shouldn't be within any of the actual percentage points, 3%. No, it shouldn't even be close there. But this is what the American people are seeing, a disaster of a president who they can sit and tout the lies and they can sit there and come up with any excuse. They can't talk about any of the accomplishments of Biden. They lie about them, sure, and they're going to continue to do that. That's why they keep distracting. That's why you see Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries always throw out the same lie that the economy is great. There's 15 million jobs created, blah, blah, blah. They have to convince you because you don't believe it anymore. And most of the voters don't. There's still going to be a large core of crazy people like Liberal Johns and others out there that hate Trump so much that don't realize there was peace. There was a good economy. Gas was low. Everything was better in this country 4 years ago. They're still going to vote for Biden because they hate Trump that much.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be as big as before.
Too big to rig is what I want to see. I want to see the landslide that Lowe's is talking about. That's what I want to see. I mean, just people coming out in droves.
You're not supposed to be competitive in New York and New Jersey.
That's right, and you are. I mean, 100,000 people or nearly 100,000 people showing up. I mean, that says a lot. And look, that's got to get the attention of the Biden administration. It has to. They can't look at that and go, oh, we're in great shape.
Oh, go get like 350 electoral votes and see how that looks.
That's right. When we continue on Extra 106.3, what has Joe Biden done in the past 3.5 years to improve your life? Pretty simple question. Doesn't really have a simple answer, however. Next on the Morning Extra, Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Come on, folks, admit it. Sometimes you sit back and wonder, can this country, after 230 plus years, be saved? There are always ways, and the Constitution gives us a way. It's called the Convention of States. It's right there, Article 4 of our Constitution. If ratified, there has to be another constitutional convention where amendments to the Constitution can be proposed and voted upon. Right now, the Convention of States project is calling for two specific things: term limits and fiscal restraints, perhaps in the form of a balanced budget amendment. Here's the number. It takes 34 states to ratify this call for a new convention. 34. Right now, 19 states have signed on. And many more states are interested and talking about it. I would like to propose 2 additional amendments. There will be many discussed if we can get to this convention. Number 1, get rid of, repeal the 17th Amendment. It's been extremely damaging to our republic. Let's get back to where the people elect the representatives and the states elect the senators. Right now, the states have no official representation before Congress. Big mistake. And the second one is to get rid of the IRS and implement the fair tax. Maybe a convention of states would be the time to address that. You can learn a lot more on the internet. One website is conventionofstates.com. One word. And if you just Google Convention of States, you'll see a lot of support. We need this. If you actually care about and are concerned about the future of this country, we need this. It is the only sure way out of this mess. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Marketing is everywhere. From the billboards on the highways to the notifications on your phone, we are constantly bombarded with people trying to sell us stuff. What makes good marketing? Are you doing enough in your life personally and professionally to market yourself? You have questions, and the Marketing Madmen have answers. Tune in every Saturday, now at 4 p.m., right here on Extra 106.3 to get practical marketing advice from expert guests who are shaping and reshaping the business world. They say marketing is a madman's game. Join the Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. to find out why.
Hey sandwich lovers, today's your lucky day. There's a whole new way to roll for lunch or dinner delight with Nucky's Hoagies in the Roswell Corners Shopping Center. Now open. Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell is family owned and operated by the Sub-Sisters, Stacy and Shannon, whose love language is food and Nucky's Hoagies, their passion. When you bite into a Nucky's Hoagie, you'll taste the difference. The softest hoagie rolls ever, along with hunger-quenching sandwich combinations. Make Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell on Woodstock Road your new favorite spot for lunch or dinner.
Hey, it's Tug. The Morning Extra has you covered from 6 to 10, and Kimmer's got you on the ride home.
Donald Trump has replied to the judge threatening to toss him in jail over the gag order. Give me liberty or give me death. It is a really bad feeling to have your constitutional right to free speech, such a big part of life in our country, so unfairly taken from you, especially when all the sleazebags, lowlifes, and grifters that you oppose are allowed to say absolutely anything that they want.
Why is it that the victim that's on trial, he has to keep quiet, but all the accusers can say what they want? That's ridiculous.
Exactly.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
More U.S. military aid for Israel and Ukraine. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Secretary of State Antony Blinken in Kyiv again today just detailed a $2 billion package of military financing for Ukraine from money Congress approved last month as the war gets worse.
With Russian troops advancing in the Kharkiv border region, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has postponed plans to leave the country. He was expected in Spain and Portugal later this week. Ukrainian troops have pulled back under heavy fire.
That's Fox's Jonathan Savage. The Biden administration also planning $1 billion package of weapons and ammo for Israel, days after stopping a shipment of bombs to Israel, fearful they'd be used in the operation against Hamas in Rafah and potentially kill Palestinian civilians. 2 Republicans hope to replace Democrats in the Senate.
Well, I'm not going to D.C. to just go up there and be part of the party.
Instead, West Virginia Governor Jim Justice says after his Republican primary win,
I'm going there to shake up the world.
He'll face Democrat Glenn Elliott, trying to replace retiring Senator Joe Manchin. In Maryland, former Governor Larry Hogan won the Republican primary, also hoping to flip a blue seat red and replace retiring Democratic Senator Ben Cardin. Hogan will face Angela Also Brooks, who defeated Congressman David Trone, who spent $60 million but lost the Democratic Senate primary. Former President Trump easily won primaries in 3 states. So did President Biden, who apparently doesn't believe recent polls showing big Trump leads in several battleground states.
His top pollster says that he shouldn't. Jeffrey Pollack dismissed that New York Times Philly Inquirer poll that showed Donald Trump holds 23% support among black voters and trails Biden by only a couple points with Hispanics. However, Biden's pollster did admit that their own internal data consistently shows that the president needs to do better with black, Hispanic, and young voters.
Fox's Jackie Heinrich at the White House. It is an off day at former President Trump's criminal trial. Testimony resumes tomorrow. America's listening to...
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code MONTHFREE by May 31st. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
You know, since 9/11, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation has been committed to supporting our nation's first responders and veterans. They support America's heroes like U.S. Army Major Jonathan Turnbull. Now, Major Turnbull sustained devastating injuries at the hands of an ISIS suicide bomber. Tunnel to Towers gave him a specially adapted smart home designed for his needs. Join Tunnel to Towers. They're hoping all of us will donate $11 a month so this great work continues. Their website, the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. We're glad they're here. That's right.
Number 1, Tug Cower.
Well, no. You can't
5-minute penalty.
You can't blame that one on me.
Why don't you give out the time 3 times?
Yeah, it's 8:03. It's 8:03. It's 8:03.
You got to do it like this. It's 8:03 on the Morning Extra. And then, do something, and then come back with 8:03.
And it's 8:00. Change directions. I love Kimmer. He's going to kill us one day. I know he wants to kill us sometimes.
Yeah.
And I want him to know that we have nothing but the utmost respect for him. He's the best.
Pure respect.
He's
a legend.
Best.
A legend.
I love Kimmer. It's just so funny.
His show's so addicting.
It is, absolutely.
I couldn't stop me. Erin and I sat on the porch yesterday.
Such a great show.
Just sitting out in the sun a little bit, it was off and on, and listening to Kimmer laughing our butts off the entire, not just about the time, just about everything he does.
Yeah, his mannerisms.
We don't pick on Pete enough. I did realize that.
Okay, well.
And yesterday, Pete, so they did put up the camera of Pete up in the mountains of Macon, and he was wearing that beanie hat, backwards, he looked like a lesbian activist more than anything else. He had those round glasses, the thing, he looked like he was going to go to a Stop Cop City protest.
He's going to a college campus somewhere.
Yeah.
I just don't have a reason to go after Pete.
Me either.
Pete's
really.
so likable.
Yeah.
He's such a good dude. He's the sanity in the insane show.
That's right. And then Flounder's the glue that holds it all together.
Sometimes I feel so bad for Flounder, really bad for Flounder. But the funny part yesterday, too, and the day, I like when they argue like an old gay couple. And it's really funny. And Kimmer got so mad yesterday that Pete wasn't playing along with them. And he's like, I hate when you do that. Why do you do that to me, Pete? He started getting really upset. And I was like,
I missed that part.
They're going to break up and move out.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I think so.
No, they always end up back together.
Yes, that's right.
And Flounder's got a big responsibility because it's not just about executing all the audio and making sure everything stays on track. He's got to have the paddles ready at all times.
Yeah.
Because you just never know. There might be an incident, and so you gotta shock the life back into Kimmer.
I wonder if he knows where the defibrillator is.
Oh yeah, of course he does. He has to keep it next to him.
He keeps it.
I don't know where it is.
It's in his backpack.
Oh, he
has to carry it. Yeah, he follows him home.
Specific.
Yeah, just in case.
In case.
If he sees Kimmer pull over on 400, he grabs the backpack, runs out.
I'm ready, Kimmer.
I will die for you in this traffic.
Yeah. The Kimmer's just hey, I'm old. I have to pee every 6 minutes, so I had to stop. It's not a big deal. Don't put the defibrillator back. It's fine.
Seriously, he's just.
I'm charging right now, Kimmer.
I'm ready. The paddles are ready. If you need them.
Kimmer does something, and it might be fun for Carlos, because Carlos, it cracked me up all the time, because over on 680 The Fan on the Chuck and Chernoff show, Chuck Oliver used to give out directions to everywhere he was going, and Hoyt would put them together.
Yeah, right.
Well, this is Kimmer's thing, too, now. He talks about Waze and which way he went and all this, and I was dying. Like, that stuff just cracks me up. He's, like, lost and talks about Waze and how it... And then he lost his mind on his iPad. That's not working well.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
And they couldn't replicate the issue.
Oh, it was so funny.
Of course they couldn't replicate the issue because the issue is the user.
Yes, the old man.
I'm just
the elderly person trying to use technology. We need to get him a jitterbug.
With no sort of capability. It's just the big numbers.
Yeah.
That's right.
At some point, it's just going to be an Etch-a-Sketch. Right here. Take care of it with this.
That's why I love watching.
Those are hard, though.
Yeah. That's why I love watching on YouTube, because I get to see him like hitting the button on there and then going to his phone and hold on, I got it right here. It's right here somewhere. Oh, there's stupid iPad. Oh, he just it is the best thing to watch on YouTube.
Dude, I'm telling you, nonstop entertainment on the YouTube channel at Extra 106.3.
I really enjoy modern pop culture things that come up, because the amount of times where it always has to fall on Pete. Like the idea of watching Thor Ragnarok. Right. And I think he called it I don't know. He had some horrible mispronunciation of it.
He called it Ragnarok.
And immediately, Pete just, in a way of like just so annoyed with him. Just like it's Ragnarok. Here's the reason why. Here's the actor. It's
just the tone.
Yes. It's almost like disappointment of really, I have to cover you for this too? These movies only have made millions and billions of dollars.
Look, I fall into the same category because I don't watch it, but I at least know it because my wife and son are really into it. So I know it. I just don't watch it myself. But at least y'all don't talk to me in that tone. Most of the time. There are those times I think that y'all are like, are you
mostly
kidding me?
disappointed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're just like,
Pete is the Ann Sullivan who, of course, helped Helen Keller navigate life.
Yeah, exactly.
That's who Pete is. He's Ann Sullivan. He's just working with the dumb and blind man.
Just there to help.
Just trying to be a agent of good.
I thought they were going to break up. They had a huge fight over Dionne Warwick, whether she was like a icon of the 60s and 70s.
Well, I would think definitely the answer is yes. Who said no?
Well, Kimmer
said Dionne Warwick was not iconic.
He just hates
Dionne
Warwick.
You don't have to like her to know she's iconic.
Are you kidding me right now? Like, it's Dionne Warwick.
That's like saying
seriously.
the Stones aren't iconic.
Right.
I mean, and I'm not putting her on the level with the Stones, but I know she's an iconic singer. There's no question about it. I mean, and she is Tony Braxton's aunt or godmother or something. There's some relation right there. So I mean, she's
got such a beautiful voice.
Oh, she's incredible.
The girl from Ipanema is like a beautiful song she redid. I mean, I loved it.
Yeah.
I love
that
her
blew
version
up
of that.
on all the TV shows like American Idol. Oh,
there we go.
Here we go. Now we might as well hear a minute of it.
Each time we meet,
I mean, listen to that.
Walk on by.
Just iconic sound. Iconic sound.
Such a great song.
Make believe.
Dude, that voice.
You don't see the tears, just let me.
Dude, I agree with Kimmer most often. We're far apart on this one.
Yeah.
We're far apart on this one.
It's an iconic voice.
Certainly is.
Oh, God, beautiful.
Oh, well. It's like Joe Biden a little bit. I don't agree with him 99.9% of the time. And look, there's those even the establishment Republicans that I don't agree with most of the time. And I don't agree with Joe Biden mainly because of everything he's done financially in this country, and it affects all of us each individually every day.
I want to play this from CNBC, and this was the announcement of when we were looking at wholesale inflation and how it's jumped again. Remember, we did have the Inflation Reduction Act, whatever.
Yes.
So here's inflation moving back up. Take a listen to this, and then I have a very simple question. I want y'all to really ponder this question out when I ask you. Take a listen.
April read on Producer Price Index, the wholesale inflation gauge, up 0.5% on headline, up 0.5%. That's up 0.5%, and that is the hottest read, well, just since February when it was up 0.6. And if we look at ex-food and energy, same number, more than double expectations, as Becky pointed out, up 0.5%. That is the hottest read there. It equals January. You have to go to July of last year to get a hotter read. Another hot read is ex-food, energy, and trade. It's up 0.4, exactly double expectations. To find a hotter read, you have to go to January of this year when it was up 0.6.
All right, so I asked this question because I can think about the previous administration, obviously there were tax cuts and there were child tax credits and there were opportunity zones, and I get that. I can think about the Obama administration, and I remember when my wife got home one day after Obamacare had basically gone active, and she was like, I didn't have to pay for my birth control. I was like, well, you're paying for it other ways. But she was like, I was like, Daddy, government paid for it. Here's look what I got out of this. I think about the dumb idea, but I mean, maybe you cashed in on Cash for Clunkers. Like that was a program for fuel efficient vehicles in 2009. What has Joe Biden delivered you in 3.5 years that pays off on a daily basis?
Nothing. But that's where the confusion is.
Can you come up with even the smallest thing?
No. Well, but what they're going to run on, and this is what Peter Ducey brought up with Karine Jean-Pierre yesterday, is people are hurting in the economy, and her idea was, well, we did lower insulin. Yep. Oh, you know what else we did? We also made sure that junk fees are removed. Oh, we also made sure that you have access to other medical care. And they are distracting from the truth because eggs, that's important to people. Gas prices, that's important to people. They're not going to talk about those things that actually help Americans.
But the insulin thing was started under the previous administration.
Yes, it was already done.
And so if you want to tell me that you got rid of junk fees, okay, I don't know. I've never dealt with this. This is not an everyday thing. There's at least certain, even administrations I don't agree with. The Obama administration is the most communist administration that I ever occur, and I remember ever living under, where I was like, wow, this is pure insanity what these people are doing, and now they're just doing it again. But at least there were some elements where I went, okay, that improved a little bit for some Americans. What is it with this one?
But there should be something small since Obama's running it all, and I think it's just finally his way of doing things is caught up to even Joe Biden.
Student debt relief. Yeah, that's their big.
Exactly.
Well, we got rid of students. Yeah. We're going to give students.
That's what they'll say. Anyway.
They're not giving that out. There's no student debt relief. It's not going to pass. The gas.
It's not constitutional.
It's not constitutional.
It's a problem.
Now there are some private tax that they made on some private universities that may have done some things wrong. Fine, okay, but they're not for most Americans, and that doesn't help most Americans. What helps most Americans? Gas prices. They can't work on that. They destroyed gas. They destroyed energy. What about the food? They destroyed the supply chain. They've done all of this, and inflation isn't going anywhere. The Fed just told you, hey, guess what? This is going to continue on for at least another year, 2 years, where you're going to deal with these high inflated prices and interest rates.
But this is the same song over and over again. There's bound to be something.
Okay, have you found it?
Something.
Have you found it?
Right?
Yeah. Because
I'm on Bipartisan Infrastructure Act. That's what they're telling you. That's what they said yesterday.
I'm on whitehouse.gov/the record.
Okay.
And here's what they say.
Okay, find me something.
Well, because you're going to be able to rebut each one of these, but just get ready. Lowering cost of families' everyday expenses.
Okay,
that's bull crap.
Where?
But that's what the record says. The whitehouse.gov/the record says.
It's very generic because I do remember the child tax credits increasing with the tax cuts that were instituted by Donald Trump and his administration.
More people are working than at any point in American history.
More part-time people are working. There's more part-time jobs available than we've ever
People
had.
don't want, by the way, that's not a brag, okay? People don't want to work harder or get extra jobs.
Right.
People want to be able to live a nice, happy life. We have 80 to 100 years maybe on this planet, and that's what you want to do is work harder and work
3
more.
jobs.
That's not a brag, Biden.
We've eliminated full-time jobs at the pace of more than 1 million when it comes to then the part-time jobs that have backfilled it. The majority of the jobs that have been created in this country in the last 3 years are part-time jobs.
Y'all gonna love this one.
Okay.
Rescued the economy and changed the course of the pandemic.
It was a V-shaped recovery. We were already heading the right direction, and then you tore it down and tore it to pieces day one.
But the course of the pandemic too, right? Because they're trying to take credit for this shot.
All right.
Program.
How about this? You had more people who died during COVID
under
Biden than under Trump.
Yep.
And you actually then told me and mandated that I had to go and get this shot, which
the previous administration told you.
How are we feeling about that one these days?
Yeah, that was the previous administration. Previous administration.
Yeah, that's what
There's got to be something. There's got to be some little thing.
I mean, there's a list. If you'd like me to continue.
Keep going.
Making more in America, rebuilding infrastructure, historic expansion.
Infrastructure. Okay. Tell me where that has somehow benefited me, because whenever I have taken part in American infrastructure in the last couple of years, first off, sorry, Atlanta, Hartsfield, Jackson looks like a war zone.
Yeah, it's
like, what are we doing here? Like, where's the infrastructure improvement?
Yeah, busiest airports in the world, and yet we can't even get through it efficiently, and we're having problems.
You're still taking off your shoes.
I told you when I was in Philadelphia, the sign of the times was that in the wing that we were in the C wing of the Philadelphia airport, they had cordoned off an area, and the infrastructure bill was going towards new bathrooms.
Well, infrastructure. I mean, it's not like bridges are collapsing. It's not like water. Your trains are overturning. It's nothing. Infrastructure is great. The roads are fine. It's perfect. They're doing a great job with that.
Buddy.
They're building all those brand new. I mean, you saw them all, right? All the EV charging stations all over the country, right on the highways. Yeah. You could just pull. Oh wait, that's right. They haven't gotten one done yet.
Canceled.
Yeah,
for $7.5 billion. Again, bathrooms.
Yeah.
In Philadelphia, they had a cordoned off an area that the federal government was delivering under Joe Biden.
They put signs up to let you know.
Yes, new bathrooms.
Woohoo! They're doing a great job with the Postal Service, and I mean, mail's getting delivered. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry.
There's bound to be something. There's got to be something.
It's not working. You'll find maybe at some point.
There's got to be something that I can cling to and go, okay, that one has helped me.
I know. He's not Trump.
Yeah, well,
he's not Trump.
Mental health of liberals.
Your mental health is better. It's not Trump.
But flip the script, though. What did Donald Trump do that was making people's lives better for the better part of 3.5 years?
The simplest stuff's the economics.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he was energy independent. He was making sure that we were brokering energy and in control of energy all around. We were paying less for gas. I could keep going.
You could figure it out, though.
More minorities were buying homes during the Donald Trump administration. In fact, at an alarming rate. More people were coming home with more money in their checks. They were happier. There was peace in the world. There was no war in Russia. There was no war in Israel. There were no terrorist attacks. We weren't sending all the taxpayer money all over the world. Corporations were able to deliver Oh, I'm sorry. Should I just keep going?
Joe's bound to have one, right?
Yeah.
One.
Yeah. But you got to keep looking. You got to keep digging because it ain't going to be obvious.
I guess if I travel in Philadelphia and those bathrooms open,
it'll be nice.
I'll be like, look how convenient and nice that these bathrooms are for me.
Well, you know, you might be able to find bathrooms that you can go in that are made for women now. That way, if you really have to go, it's a lot easier for you. You just walk in any bathroom you want now.
I'm curious, with as much as was spent on an infrastructure bill, it's like, where are the results?
Yeah,
and I can claim you a bathroom in the Philadelphia airport.
That's what
maybe not that bipartisan bill, but the Inflation Reduction Act has done great wonders. The inflation is coming down every single day. We're seeing better numbers. It was at 9% when Joe Biden started, and look at it now. It's only at like 8%. So he's bringing it down every single. Wow. Yeah, there's nothing. I can't think of a thing that they've done that's actually worked.
Keep digging. You're bound to find something.
By the way, so that airport got $20.4 million as part of the infrastructure bill.
To do them bathrooms? $20 million?
$20.4 million, and it's going to bathrooms.
Good Lord. Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. That's the most disappointing thing I've heard today.
Yeah.
Right there. I mean, it's like
the restroom renovation program.
Go look at all the sausage. Go look at all the pork and bills. I mean, I challenge anybody that's, listening today. Go look at all the pork that's in all these bills and see how much money they threw at. We joked, and I still have my Salmon Lives Matter. They spent $48 million on studying salmon.
Well, everybody needs to know as much as they can about salmon, I'm sure. 7 o'clock hour is brought to you by Van Sant Law. If you're in an accident, make the right call. It's 8 o'clock. What am I doing? I'm trying to go backwards.
Just say
8:20.
You don't have to say. You just go, it's 8.
It's 8:20.
Just stop.
Presented by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, the correct sponsor of the 8 o'clock hour. One of the few second-generation locally owned HVAC companies in Atlanta. With Central, you're not just a number, you're a member of the family. We'll knock out the headlines when we come back on Extra 106.3. And Eric Adams lets everyone know what he thinks in a surprising statement about illegals in New York. Next on the Morning Extra, Tug, Rhino, and Los. We're on the air until 10.
Atlanta radio legends collide on Extra 106.3. The legend Neil Bortz is live every week with Atlanta legend The Kimmer. Because when you get these two guys together, who knows where we'll end up?
I'm shocked. Well, not that shocked.
The Kimmer is live on your drive home every weekday afternoon from 3 to 6. And now Neil Bortz joins the show every week. And if you miss it, catch up anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
I love making sure that my family is safe, and that's more important than anything else. That's my family, my friends, my loved ones, all of them. And there's only one way I make sure that that's going to happen in case anything does happen in this world. If it's an emergency of some kind, I know I've got everything ready in case of that emergency because I go to True Prep in Marietta on Cobb Parkway, and so should you. And maybe you're new to prepping. Maybe you think it's ridiculous, but is it? You see what's going on. You see the essentials in our world and how they are skyrocketing every single day. But there's more than just making sure that you have your freeze-dried food, your water filtration, your first aid kits, your EMT grade first aid kits, your firearms, accessories, and ammo. And you can get them all at the lowest prices around from a locally owned and operated company, but they also care about the community. They care about it so much that coming up on Monday, May 20th, they have a blood drive at True Prep. They're putting it together for you to go visit, but they've got a lot of events going on, including some of their unbelievable workshops. You got to go check them out, especially if you're new to prepping. Whether it's the long-term food storage, freeze-dried food, and Mylar demo, that is going on Saturday at 2 o'clock. Go stop by, check it out, see what they've got going on. They've got a really beautiful location right there in Marietta off Cobb Parkway. You can't miss it. It's right before Highway 5 on the way to Kennesaw. Check it out. They also have an intro to water filtration and storage going on this weekend. Check out True Prep. Make sure your family is safe. They are locally owned and operated. They want to take care of you. You can go in, visit them, tell them Rhino sent you, and they'll make sure you get set up with everything you need. In fact, starting next week, they've got a free Stop the Bleed medical class. That's something you need to know. What if you have a child? You want to stop the bleeding? This is the place that is going to take care of you. True Prep, Marietta, Cobb Parkway, or online. Go visit them. Look at the event calendar coming up. Make sure that you get into one of these workshops. TruePrep.com. That's TRU Prep.com. Prepare today for worry-free tomorrow with our friends at True Prep.
This is Dan Watkins with All Four Seasons. We've always been Atlanta's best at installing and servicing garage and entry doors, but you would be surprised at how many windows we've installed as well. So we're proud to announce a new division, All Four Seasons Windows. We now have the ability to make sure every opening in your house is safe, energy efficient, and looks darn good. So give us a call today to schedule your free sales consultation. Find out how you can decrease your energy bills and increase the beauty and value of your home with All Four Seasons garage, entry doors, and windows.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
When it comes to protecting your assets and ensuring peace of mind, trust the expertise of Nelson Eldercare Law. Our Absolute Protection Trust is designed to provide unparalleled asset protection. Visit NelsonEldercareLaw.com to discover how our specialized services can safeguard your family's future and assets, offering you the assurance you deserve. NelsonEldercareLaw.com.
No one plans on going to jail, but when it happens, it's important that you know who to call. At A Second Chance Bail Bonds, we believe everyone deserves a second chance. We handle bonds from local to federal for any jail in any city. And in most cases, we can have you or your loved one out of jail in a matter of hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT. That's 404-BAIL-OUT. Or online at atlbail.com.
Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watch Company, where quality and value make the difference. Locally owned and located in Sandy Springs, offering you the finest selection of unique diamonds, sapphires, rubies, and emerald jewelry, as well as other fine gemstones. Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watches has been servicing Rolex watches for over 30 years, and their Rolex-trained watchmaker will service your watch in their state-of-the-art Rolex service center in their store. Lee Brandt uses only genuine Rolex parts, and their estimates are free. Drop by Lee Brandt in the Trader Joe's Shopping Center in Sandy Springs or visit LeeBrandt.com.
I enjoy a good night's sleep, and I like to breathe while I'm sleeping. My wife appreciates that, too. That's why I wear a CPAP. You want the right machine. You want expert advice. You want all the supplies that go with it. You get it all at CPAPs, etc. in Alpharetta. Machines, masks, tubing, filters, cleaning supplies, all of it, and they ship nationwide. Walk-ins, by the way, are welcome. CPAPs, etc. Alpharetta, CPAPSETC.com.
Tax season can be stressful, but it's also a wake-up call. It's time to think beyond April and plan for your future.
At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we're not just advisors, we're your partners in building a secure retirement. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we understand the challenges Georgians face. That's why we offer personalized strategies to maximize your retirement income, minimize taxes, and ensure you never outlive your assets. Join the Master Plan family and let us guide you through every financial milestone. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your appointment today. Master Plan Retirement Consultants, where your journey and destination are both important. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
This is Tucker Carlson, and you're listening to The Morning Extra with Tug, Rhino, and Los on Extra 106.3.
Download the app so you can listen live and on demand to conservative discussion throughout the day on Extra 106.3. I didn't get any rejection letters when I was trying to go to college, mainly because I didn't send out any requests. I didn't apply anywhere except Dalton State College. I knew that's where I was going. I mean, that was just the way it was going to be.
Yeah.
That's what we could afford. And my parents opened up a credit card to pay for my first semester, which is why I left and joined the Navy right after, because I just wasn't a good student and I wasn't taking it seriously, and I knew that my parents could not afford it. Georgia State University mistakenly sent 1,500 welcome emails for the upcoming school year. Unfortunately, the students were not accepted, so they all got retraction notices.
Oh, no.
Ouch. Good Lord. What a terror. Especially with the way things are, it's so competitive.
Yeah.
These kids, I remember, obviously last year is when my son was going through this process, and a lot of his friends were going through the process, and trying to get into Georgia is nearly impossible these days.
Yeah.
It's just really challenging. And then, to get those rejection letters, that's the worst. But then it gets worse than that. If you get an acceptance letter, then
celebrating.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, you're not really accepted.
How long did they go celebrating that they got in?
It doesn't
so
tell
sad.
me.
I feel horrible.
They said it wasn't an official acceptance letter, but the kids who got them got the impression that they had been accepted to the school. The school realized the error, sent out retractions. The follow-up notices explained the error and told the students that they're still being considered, but it doesn't give me the time. Like, is it a week? Probably, I would imagine like a week or so, or
they
at least
sent
a few
everything
days.
out, and they're like, "Yeah, hey, sorry, dummy.
Yeah,
you didn't get in.
You didn't get in."
So we never had this stress in Texas. Now, we didn't have the scholarship program that's available here in Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
What we had was the program that the state had was if you hit certain minimums as far as your GPA and what your test score was, you were automatically in at any state university.
Sure, right.
So you never
South
worried
Carolina,
about trying to get into University of Texas or Texas A&M or Texas Tech or anything. You just knew, I'm already in. So that was the weird part about it. It turned more into, now how do I pay for it?
Right.
Which is the opposite end here in Georgia. We're like, I know how to pay for it. Can I get in?
Can I get in? And it becomes a real
how
challenge.
hard is Georgia State to get into?
I don't know the answer to that, but they do say they'll now be triple checking their process to make sure it never happens again. Maybe they should have started triple checking earlier.
Let me just say, I'll bet you $20 the person in charge of that is a DEI expert. Yeah, I'm the DEI expert.
It's just unreal, man. Just because you know the stress of this, what a punch in the face, what a kick in the butt. But look,
It's the biggest state university in Georgia.
That's right.
So
it is.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about like a lot of kids here, if that's the case.
Well, 1,500 specifically got the email saying that they were in, and then got the retraction.
By the way, 61% is what they admit.
61%. Okay.
So 40% of you ain't getting there.
Yeah,
Wow.
Look, that's actually more surprising than I would have thought. That number of acceptance would be much higher than that.
Because I wonder, like Kennesaw State used to be easy to get in. Now it's a lot more difficult. Yeah. Same thing. Like Georgia is very, very tough to get into, and will continue to be. So there are a lot of schools here that you have to look at and go, okay, well, Georgia State, is that something that is easy to get into compared to like a Kennesaw State or a Georgia? Obviously, it's a lot easier to get into than Georgia, but man.
Yeah, Georgia is at 42% as of last year.
And let me tell you, with the process that we saw play out, and maybe it's, I know it comes down to demographics, and I know it comes down to, zip codes and a lot of that stuff.
Sure.
So, maybe that was held against a lot of those kids up there, but I saw a whole lot more sorry about your luck letters to get into Georgia than I did, hey, welcome to Georgia.
Tech is 41%.
Yeah.
So that's close.
What was Georgia again? 42?
42.5%, yeah.
And then Tech is
41%.
When you look at probably how many people apply to Georgia, though,
if you're going to Tech, you're going for a very specific sort of education.
Engineer, probably.
Yeah.
Architect.
And a damn good one.
A really good one.
A hell of an engineer.
A hell of an engineer.
Put it this way. There's not a whole lot of people that are like, let's just say like C+ in high school that go, Tech's the place for me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna sign up today.
Right.
Yeah, no, there was no illusion that I was going to Tech. My dream was to go to Georgia, just wasn't in the cards. Grades weren't there. And this is back, this is I graduated in like 95, so this is 20 plus years ago. And still then, it was paying for it because Hope hadn't been fully implemented the way it is now. I think it had already been around. I think it came around in 93. Maybe it was the lottery in 93, whatever it was. However it played out, I just knew that it wasn't in the cards for me as bad as I wanted to go.
Well, 1,500 of you need to get to Chattahoochee Tech.
That's right.
That's all I got to say.
Which is a great little school, too. Is that one exist, or has that been rolled into something new?
I think it might be something new, but yeah, they still have the one up there off of 575 or 75 North, up there by the big Cabela's place.
I do always love when everyone refers to their own school as the Harvard of the South.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dalton State. Harvard of the South.
Harvard of the South.
No one's ever said that.
Yeah.
We would hear that about like in Texas, in San Antonio, there's Trinity University, which really is like Harvard of the South. But then that became like the line. Everyone was like, well, I got in over at Texas Tech. The Harvard of the South.
Right.
Southwest Texas State. The Harvard of the South.
The Harvard of the Northwest Georgia corner of the South.
I'll tell you, though, Dalton State does have one of the best, I want to say it's nursing, that is one of the best programs in the state of Georgia for nursing. And it was funny, in our neighborhood, there were two kids. You know how they put the neighborhood signs up where everybody's going to school? There were two kids that were going to Dalton State College. For that reason, I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
And I had to ask, I was like, why are they going to Dalton State College again? I'm not trying to badmouth Dalton State College. It's just, when I was growing up, it wasn't, it just wasn't prestigious.
No.
And so for two kids in Alpharetta to put that on their sign, I was like, well, wait a minute, what am I missing? And apparently something to do with nursing.
Trinity University, by the way, has a 31% admission rate. Telling you, that was the school where you would drive by and you'd go, can't get in there.
No, not smart enough for that one. I drove by every school saying that, though.
Okay. Dalton State College acceptance rate, take a guess.
74%.
74 is a good guess.
78%.
Going.
92.
100%. Everybody's getting in.
Everybody gets a degree.
Right.
You get a degree. You get a degree.
It's Oprah just handing everything out here.
That's exactly right. You know what they didn't give me?
What?
A degree.
Sounds like peace out. I'm not. Yeah. I wonder how many dropout. What's the dropout percentage?
Well, what is the 2-year degree?
That might be the 72%.
Probably.
Because wouldn't that be kind of a fun goal at some point to be like, you know what? I'm going to go back to school. And I'm going to get my 2-year.
For sure. Get my absolutely. And then when I'm 85, I'm going to get the rest of my degree done at Georgia, because they won't turn an 85-year-old man down.
No.
I'm a little.
You know what? I would go to bat for you and say you should be able to broadcast every morning from your dorm up at Dalton State.
I don't think they have dorms.
Well, make one.
they got some apartments.
Yeah. Stay at the Holiday Inn Express.
Dalton State, 31.3% graduation rate.
There you go. I said 70. There you go.
You weren't far.
It wasn't far.
You weren't far off.
Yeah, there are a lot of people who realize, like, look, this isn't. I mean, I did it. I got to college and I'm like, what am I doing? Like, this is stupid. I'm not going to use any of this. I'm going to talk and be an a-hole for the rest of my life. I don't want any of this.
I was not a good student, man.
Well, you made a smarter decision, I think.
Sometimes I wonder. But
where do you think you'd be? What would you have gone into after?
I'd be working in
the prestigious Dalton State education.
I'd hope to be a Creel rack manager, I would think.
Yeah.
They're up there running the Creel rack.
All right.
In the like in the factories, in the carpet mills.
Boy, that education at Dalton State. Do they have like a? I don't even know
textiles?
What that is.
Yeah, they do textile for sure. They do textiles and management. And,
sniff carpet.
Some people do. I think they those also deal. They also deal meth on the side. The people that sniff cars.
Oh, that's smart.
I think.
Well, there are people that end up in the mill.
That's right.
30 or 40 years in the mill.
Yeah,
dude. Well, look,
but do you need to go to Dalton State for that, or can you just go? Hey, I'm going to apply.
You want to go management
You
side.
want to go management, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like I don't want to be on the line for 30 years.
I don't want to be operating the Creel.
I want to write the
manage
schedule.
The Creel rack.
Yeah.
Yes, of course. But
it's broken. I'll call a repair guy.
I poke fun. There's some good folks up there. They work their tail off, and some of them have done nothing their entire life but work in carpet mills.
Fine.
And they've provided for their families, and they've done well. So yes, I poke fun at it because it's home, and it's just it's what everybody does. Even when you're at home, you poke fun at it.
I'm not even going to poke fun at it. I'm just saying, hey, why waste a college education when you can get in there, work hard, and move up the ranks in that regard?
It ain't going to pay you much, though. It ain't going to pay you. It ain't going to pay you a lot. So
who cares anymore?
Well,
because the more you make, the more you're going to spend and give to Biden to give to Ukraine anyway.
Okay, yeah, but you got to make money to hide money.
Yeah, that's right.
That's true.
Right.
Listen, I've got that's my credo. I got to make money to hide money.
But isn't there a good play like Dalton? One of the things about Dalton and areas like that, and Hiawassee is the same way. You've got land in your family. So maybe you don't go for the big education, but you have that in the background. Maybe you learn how to work your land. Maybe you learn how to do things. I know a bunch of people. And that's the way to go, man. I'd rather work at the carpet factory and then go home to my 8 acres and figure out what I'm going to do when I'm older. Let me keep working. Man, that's a better life for me every single day.
Man, Dalton, Calhoun, Bartow County, just up through there, Gordon County, Whitfield. Up in Lafayette and Ringgold and all those places.
Sure.
Man, I love it up there. It'll always be home.
I
just
love Fort Oglethorpe.
That's where my son was born. Right there near it was Hutchinson Medical Center. There near the Chickamauga battlefield there in Fort Oglethorpe.
Let's go.
Now, if you live in New York City, Mayor Adams has an interesting way of filling some jobs that have gone unfilled. You see, they need lifeguards.
Oh.
They don't have enough life. Could you?
Yeah, I was a lifeguard growing up.
I wanted to be a lifeguard at Dalton Parks and Recreation. I was never able to be a lifeguard. I was always the concession stand worker or the janitor. That's what I did at Dalton Parks and Recreation Department.
Well, I mean, how are they going to fix this in New York? You need lifeguards.
I know it's a really, really good fix. Mayor Adams has the idea down pat. Listen to this.
How do we have a large body of people that are in our city and country that are excellent swimmers? Yeah. And at the same time, we need lifeguards. Yeah. And the only obstacle is that we won't give them the right to work to become a lifeguard.
Wait, what?
That are excellent
swimmers. That's what I know about them. They're excellent swimmers.
I'm a good swimmer.
Yeah.
Wow.
It comes off as a hint racist to describe what he's describing because he's saying Mexican people. That's what he's saying.
At prejudice at the very least. I mean, this is a joke that you grow up with when you live in the state of Texas.
Right.
And the joke has always been about why doesn't Mexico do well in the Olympics? Because everyone who can run, jump, and swim is already here. That's always the joke.
That's exactly right. And because there's a heavy immigrant population in Dalton, Georgia, we had the same joke.
So Eric Adams is basically just throwing out the same joke?
Yep.
As the mayor of New York?
In a press conference.
In a press conference? What a moron.
It just doesn't get dumber than that. It doesn't. It's on display. Yeah. And the disdain... Because I think it's so disrespectful to be like, oh, well, look, we need lifeguards. Need lifeguards. They swam here. Let's give them the job. That's what he's saying.
I was shocked and dumbfounded when I heard him talking about this. And I'm like, there's no way he just said that. Like, hey, you guys made it across the Rio Grande. Look, if you made it across,
surely you can rest someone
in New York as a lifeguard.
Surely you could rescue someone from a pool.
Is he going to have a wipeout competition with... illegal aliens to see if they can get all the way across those big bouncy balls and then swim across, then they get to be alive. This is the most disgusting thing. I can't believe he said this.
Well, New York has a brand.
Yes, it does.
Did I do it enough like him?
Yeah.
New York has a brand.
You don't have the New York accent down.
I guess that brand is some added form of prejudice. If you cross the Rio, you must be a good swimmer.
I've said this my entire life. I grew up in New York, and one of the things about New York is that they pretend to be better than everyone else, and they do. Most New Yorkers pretend like, oh my God, Georgia, they don't know what's going on. I'm so much more enlightened, this, that, and the other. It's the only really state, and it does happen here a little bit, but not like New York. You have Spanish Harlem. You have Harlem. You have other areas of the Bronx that are Puerto Rican. You have the Jewish Riverside area. You have the Russian Bensonhurst area. Everything is divided into a ghetto. Everybody is divided. The Italians are in one part of Brooklyn. On the other side, there's another neighborhood of black. They have segregated themselves for so long. It is a very racist state. It's one of the most racist states I've ever been in. I know they pretend to be better than everyone else, but I'm telling you, it is one of the most divided and disgusting states, and they're very racist.
So it won't be 24 hours by this afternoon. Is that when we get the apology, or I misspoke, or because that's not what you can just
that's
let
not what I
hang
meant
out there.
That was taken out of context. That's what he's
I know I said it.
But the mainstream media is not going to ask him about it. They're going to hide that, cover it as best they can, and just not talk about it. We're going to be the only ones talking about it.
The mainstream media is dead. Okay, like everything now is how this is moved all around through social media. Everyone has seen it, and everyone recognizes that as the mayor of New York, you can't say what he said.
And yet he did.
Well, he's a minority. He's protected. He's part of the protected class. He could say whatever he wants.
He's going to circle back today and be like, I was taken out of context. I didn't mean it the way it came across. I apologize to anybody. Like,
how did you mean it?
Can you explain exactly how did you? What were you exactly thinking?
So let me just make sure I got this correct, because I think this backs up my theory too. The governor says black people don't know what computers are. Then the mayor, who happens to be black, of the largest city in the world, within a week says, "Oh, Mexicans are pretty good swimmers. They got here somehow. Why don't we make them lifeguards?"
That's pretty much
that really happened in real life.
Yeah, it did.
Wow. Every now and then, the mask comes off. I tell you, like, I enjoy when we get to know who exactly are the wolves, because they're all wearing sheep's clothing.
If Donald Trump came out in his press conference in front of the court going,
dude,
well, New York, I want you to support me because there are a lot of, Hispanics here that swim really, really well, and I think the best thing to do is fix this so they can be lifeguards.
They will always tell you how they actually are. And they'll always blame you for who they are. Oh, so-and-so, they're racist. Man, I only hear crazy racist stuff coming from your leadership. Not just the regular people, your voters, but the real ones are the leaders.
That can't hide it. It's so ingrained in who they are, they can't even hide it. When we come back, we'll knock out the headlines, and you can't actually do what is being proposed unless you're 100% serious and committed to doing it. Next on the Morning Extra, Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10. The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Tug, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
I'll see if I can make it a little bit more clear what's happening. Donald Trump paid $100,000 plus to Stormy Daniels to keep her yap shut about a discussion of the Big Bang Theory they supposedly had. Trump had his fixer, Michael Cohen, pay the money to Stormy Daniels. Then Trump paid Cohen back. Are you following this so far?
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Sneezes and coughs and crackly voices and just wheezing in general. That's what's happening around the radio station here at Extra 106.3. It's Tug. And at my house as well. People are just struggling because we go in and out. Now, inside the house, we don't have to worry about it as much because central heating and air conditioning can fix what ails your house and your house health. Probably your family's health, too. Home ventilation, air quality products. Central has packages designed around health using variable speeds, fresh air ventilation, air cleaners, air purifiers, dehumidifiers, and so much more. So your house health has to be taken care of. Otherwise, the stuff that you're breathing outside that's causing you to sneeze and cough, it shows up inside the house too. That's why you can rely on central heating and air conditioning. They take care of the air inside the house. Clean it, they can cool it, they can heat it. Whichever you need, they can do it. They've been servicing Atlanta for 77 years. 77 years! How many businesses have been around in Atlanta for 77 years? Not many. Central Heating and Air Conditioning have. So you call them today if you need a new carrier system, the best in the business, working with the best in the business, Central Heating and Air Conditioning. Call them today, 770-GET-HEAT. Get a maintenance agreement today, or visit them on the web at centralheat.com.
So, Robert, I want to thank you for your time. I just don't think you're the right person for this position.
I don't understand. Was it something I said?
Well, we did a background check on you and found some things of concern.
If you're in charge of hiring for your company, you know how helpful a background screening can be. That's why companies that use Horizon background screening make smarter hiring decisions. Don't let the wrong hire put your company at risk. Get the real story on your candidates at horizonscreening.com. horizonscreening.com.
You have enough to deal with after an accident. You don't want to spend a lot of that time messing around with insurance companies. Besides, what are you going to say to them? You really know the ins and outs? David Van Sant at Van Sant Law does. He used to work for the insurance companies. Their worst nightmare. He knows who to call, what to say, how to listen to them, and he has your best interest at heart. Van Sant Law, 855-GA-INJURY. VanSantLaw.com, 855-GA-INJURY.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 4 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffer from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. There are lots of competitors that don't have the credentials that I have. When you go to other clinics, you're not going to see a board-certified physician with the experience that I have. When you come to our clinic, you're going to see me. There's just not one therapy that can solve these complex issues. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. Total Body Therapy of Georgia, 404-777-1911, 404-777-1911, online at stopmyed.com.
Marketing is everywhere. From the billboards on the highways to the notifications on your phone, we are constantly bombarded with people trying to sell us stuff. What makes good marketing? Are you doing enough in your life personally and professionally to market yourself? You have questions, and the Marketing Madmen have answers. Tune in every Saturday, now at 4 p.m., right here on Extra 106.3 to get practical marketing advice from expert guests who are shaping and reshaping the business world. They say marketing is a madman's game. Join the Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. to find out why.
Hey there, I'm Tara, owner and publisher of Our Town Monthly Magazine, where you'll find familiar faces, local voices, and community businesses like Celebration Village of Ackworth.
Hi, I'm Jocelyn Cochran, Executive Director for Celebration Village Ackworth, the area's premier senior living community right here in Cobb County. We are located in Ackworth, Georgia, conveniently right off Cobb Parkway, Highway 41, within a mile of prime retailers, but still providing the privacy and peace of nature. We're offering true continuum of care with independent living, concierge living, assisted living, and memory care apartments. We currently offer the largest independent living apartments in our market. Our residents enjoy restaurant-style dining with seasonal menus featuring fresh ingredients and home-style meals. We offer resort-style amenities, transportation services, and a true maintenance-free lifestyle. We have had a long-running relationship with Our Town Monthly because we share the motto, family and community first.
Thanks, guys. We adore your amazing community. Friends, check out Celebration Village of Ackworth. It's a true senior living retreat. Tell them Our Town said hello.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Wednesday, May 15th. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation was called to investigate an officer-involved shooting in Carroll County. A man suspected of being involved in mail thefts in Carrollton led Carroll County Sheriffs in a chase yesterday. A Georgia State Trooper joined in the pursuit and deployed stop sticks, causing the suspect to swerve to avoid them and then attempted to hit the trooper. The trooper has not been identified, fired shots at the car, resulting in a wreck. 51-year-old Jason Fletcher was rushed to Tanner Medical Center where he succumbed to his injuries. 3 men in their 20s were shot in Northwest Atlanta while rap artist Lil Baby was attempting to film a music video. The men, aged 24, 27, and 23, were all shot and taken to the hospital. All men appear to be alert and breathing and were reportedly not part of the video production team. There has been no word on suspects, motive, or any arrests. The aggravated assault unit is continuing to investigate. And in sports, the Braves' Matt Olson hit a 3-run home run and drove in 4 runs in total, while Chris Sale pitched 7 innings of 2-hit ball as the Braves blanked the Chicago Cubs for the second day in a row with a 7-0 win at Truist Park. The Braves aim to sweep the Cubs tonight at 7:20 when Charlie Morton takes the mound for the Braves. You can catch all the action on our sister station, 680 The Fan.
I would imagine being a professional coach comes with quite the workload. I mean, I don't know what Brian Snitker's week is like, but I would imagine it's a pretty busy week. I looked up, this is just a random look up, and I searched for college basketball coach work days and what they're like. And it gives me the overview. Yeah, it's full-time, more than 40 hours a week. Definitely work schedules can vary, irregular hours, weekends, holidays, evenings. Coaches may need to travel frequently. So if you're going to be a Division I coach, you probably should focus on that solely, but that's not happening.
It's a crazy story from yesterday, and I wanted to bring it to light because I started thinking in terms of if you had a multitude of jobs, you're going to have to find one that's going to take away from the other, basically, is what occurs. And so Doug Gottlieb, who has hosted a show on CBS Sports Radio for years, and it's not a particularly good show. I'm taking a shot because it doesn't have a lot of clearance. It's not a great show. It's 3 to 6, and he's decided he's taking a head coaching job with Green Bay, but he's going to keep his national radio show. How is that going to work? Because if you want to just talk about what the job is NIL, and you're always having to pay attention to what your young men are up to and who you're always having to recruit and trying to keep kids on campus, trying to keep them out of trouble. And you're basically telling your students or your kids, hey, but from 3 to 6, you don't need me. And oh, by the way, if I'm going to do a sports show, I have to watch a lot of other sports.
And prep. I mean, just the prep alone for the show should be at least a couple hours a day, if not multiple more hours.
I mean, if I was to tell Rhino, you're going to do this show, and then, oh, by the way, you're going to run a restaurant at night. There's a certain point where you're dragging yourself from one or another. You just can't do both.
Yeah, I'm having a hard enough time drinking at night and coming in and doing the show. Let alone working all day.
My other job.
And you have flexibility
that's my other job. Drinking all that ultra right.
That's right.
But yeah, no, this is, it's almost ridiculous. And coaching is such a weird thing. Like basketball coaches, I have a new respect for. I used to not like, what was the guy from Miami who never really even needed Eric, who was that coach?
Spoelstra?
Yes.
Yeah, Eric Spoelstra.
It was like, we don't need to coach because you have such big players. But then I realized the way they break this game down and how they do it. Football coaches, I don't know how they have any kind of life outside of that.
Well, and you think about like Spoelstra, he got a bad rap during the years when LeBron was there with Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh because it was like, well, you can just roll the ball out. He was always known as one of the great tacticians and great film work guys in the entire league, to the point where those guys are long gone. He's still the coach there. Like, he's taken that team to the finals again. And so, to me, I think it's a full-time job. How is this dude trying to hold on to a radio show?
When I think about this, think about what the game, and I know it's college football versus basketball, but NIL and recruiting and the business that is ran the greatest football coach in college football history out of the game.
Yes, Nick Saban decided he couldn't do it at the level that he was doing it at before, and he wasn't hosting a daily radio show for 3 hours.
And I'm not trying to compare Alabama to Green Bay College. I know they're different. I get it.
But the job should be asking you the same thing.
Exactly right. You nailed it. 100%.
For me, I just think about it in terms of if you were to throw another job at me and say, we need you 100% and you need to perform here, I know what some stuff's going to go out the window. I'm not going to watch everything. I'm not going to pay attention to everything that I normally would. You just wouldn't be able to. So which end of his end is going to be sacrificed by this stuff?
Well, you already said his radio show is not good, so it seems like that will be the first place. That'll be the first place the suffering comes.
Pretty mediocre show.
And then, I mean, those kids that are going to Green Bay College is not getting the full attention of their coach, so they're suffering. I think it's probably suffering on both sides.
Yeah, it's it's if we want to make it into like any sort of a political discussion, and you say, okay, when you commit resources to one end, you're taking them from another. There's a finite amount of resources here.
Which is kind of the reason that probably Donald Trump did that big rally in New Jersey, right?
Yeah.
That should be a shoe-in for the Democrats in a blue state like that, but he's making them pay attention to New Jersey and not the other swing states.
Yep. You have to go fight for these states too. But again, everything's finite. You only have so much amount of time, and this guy is basically saying, I can do both of these things, but good luck to you.
Yeah.
8 o'clock hours brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, one of the few second-generation, locally owned HVAC companies in Atlanta. With Central, you're not just a number, you are a member of the family. When we come back, Harrison Butker tells you that he is anti-woke, and I think you're going to applaud, because I sure did. Next on the Morning Extra.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Come on, folks, admit it. Sometimes you sit back and wonder, can this country, after 230 plus years, be saved? There are always ways, and the Constitution gives us a way. It's called the Convention of States. It's right there, Article 4 of our Constitution. If ratified, there has to be another constitutional convention, where amendments to the Constitution can be proposed and voted upon. Right now, the Convention of States project is calling for two specific things: term limits and fiscal restraints, perhaps in the form of a balanced budget amendment. Here's the number. It takes 34 states to ratify this call for a new convention. 34. Right now, 19 states have signed on. And many more states are interested and talking about it. I would like to propose 2 additional amendments. There will be many discussed if we can get to this convention. Number 1, get rid of, repeal the 17th Amendment. It's been extremely damaging to our republic. Let's get back to where the people elect the representatives and the states elect the senators. Right now, the states have no official representation before Congress. Big mistake. And the second one is to get rid of the IRS and implement the fair tax. Maybe a convention of states would be the time to address that. You can learn a lot more on the internet. One website is conventionofstates.com, one word. And if you just Google Convention of States, you'll see a lot of support. We need this. If you actually care about and are concerned about the future of this country, we need this. It is the only sure way out of this mess. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Get ready for Real Talk on the Janelle King Show, where we tackle kitchen table topics that are banned from family gatherings, but crucial for a strong republic. Tune in every Saturday at 3 p.m. and every Sunday for an encore episode at 9 a.m. And if you can catch us live, great. But if not, no worries. New podcasts drop every Tuesday on the Podcast Park right here on Extra 106.3 or wherever you get your podcast. Join us for insightful conversations that matter.
It's time to slide into summer at Truist Park as your Braves take on the Washington Nationals and Oakland A's May 27th through June 2nd. And don't miss 2 exciting giveaways like the Ronald Acuna Jr. NL MVP bobblehead presented by Delta on May 28th, followed by the Matt Olson bobblehead presented by Northside Hospital on May 30th. There's no better place to spend your Memorial Day and the first week of summer than Truist Park. Head to Braves.com/promos to get your tickets. Atlanta Braves Baseball. We are Braves country.
From the latest breaking news to the conservative voices you know and trust, your best new follow on social media is Extra 106.3. We're at XTRA 106.3 on Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Threads, and LinkedIn, and pretty much any social media you scroll through every day. And we drop exclusive giveaways, new daily content, and the latest breaking news from Georgia and across this great nation. Interact with your favorite Extra personalities. Get the latest latest on our live events, and so much more. Follow @Xtra1063 across all your social media and keep up with Atlanta's only conservative voice. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. The 9 a.m. hour is presented by Southern Exteriors. Quality and precision you can rely on.
This is a Fox News alert. A Biden challenge to debate and a Trump acceptance. I'm Dave Anthony.
Donald Trump lost 2 debates to me in 2020. Since then, he hadn't shown up for debate. Now he's acting like he wants to debate me again. Well, make my day, pal. I'll even do it twice.
Now, a reference to being a day off for the Trump criminal trial. He said he'd even do it on Wednesdays. President Biden proposing 2 debates with the former president, one in late June before they have their formal nominations, the other in September.
So let's pick the dates, Donald. I hear you're free on Wednesdays.
Now, former President Trump's reaction, anywhere, anytime, any place, telling Fox News Digital he's ready to go. The proposed dates are fine. Adding that the president, he calls Crooked Joe, is the worst debater he's ever faced and can't put 2 sentences together. Of course, they'd spar over who can do a better job on the economy. We just got an inflation update. Fox's Jenny Casola has it.
Prices are still going up, but increases slowed last month. The Consumer Price Index rose 0.3% in April, weaker than the 0.4% increase that was forecast. For the year ending in April, the CPI is up 3.4%.
That's down 0.1% from the annual consumer price inflation back in March. And on Wall Street, the reaction is pretty positive. Dow futures up over 100 points. As more American weapons and ammo flow into Ukraine while Russian forces keep taking over more of the country, Secretary of State Antony Blinken in Kyiv announced another $2 billion worth of U.S. military financing for Ukraine. There's also more aid for Israel.
The White House has told Congress it plans to send about $700 million for tank ammunition, $500 million in tactical vehicles, and $60 million in mortar rounds. State Department sources have told Fox this is still under review and won't be delivered for many months to come.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. This after the Biden administration paused a shipment of bombs, fearing that Israel will use them against Hamas and Rafah, potentially killing Palestinian civilians. America's listening to Fox News.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
All right, who's there for heroes or their families left behind when a service member or a first responder dies or is catastrophically injured in the line of duty? Who helps our country's homeless vets? I'll tell you who. It's the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Never forget the sacrifices of our country's greatest heroes. They're hoping all of us will donate $11 a month. Just go to their website, the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org, the letter T, number 2, letter T.org for the Tunnel to Towers Foundation.
Align your business with other like-minded conservatives by advertising on Extra 1063. Email sales at xtra1063.com.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra on Extra 1063. Download the app so you can listen live and on demand. And the 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Southern Exteriors. We call it the bonus hour. The Southeast premier home exterior solution, quality and precision you can rely on for over 20 years. SouthernExteriors.co. Yes, it is not .com. It is SouthernExteriors.co.
It's the hour that we give you, but because we're forced to give you.
That's right. Like, we're glad to, but it's our hands are cuffed.
Right.
Our hands are tied.
We didn't negotiate properly on this one.
We didn't do a good job.
If 20 of you could just call our boss and be like, hey, 4 hours is great, but they do so much in 3 hours. You should just scale them back to 9.
That's exactly
That'd be
right.
great.
Yeah. That's probably,
Joe, who gets paid hourly, says no.
That's the result right there. Oh, my Lord. Yeah. Anyway.
904.
Okay. I want you to hear the Biden challenge to Donald Trump for debates.
Donald Trump lost 2 debates to me in 2020. Since then, he hadn't shown up for debate. Now he's acting like he wants to debate me again. Well, make my day, pal. I'll even do it twice. So let's pick the dates, Donald. I hear you're free on Wednesdays.
I mean, he's trying to be Mr. Tough Guy. He's trying to come off as cool and hip. Make my day.
First off,
he sounds old and tired.
Them some jump cuts there.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, how many times did it take him to do
Like you
that?
can hear with the pacing of the voice that that's pretty edited.
Yeah, no question. There's no surprise. I mean,
I counted 3.
Yeah.
You counted 3? Okay.
In 13 seconds.
Yeah. I'm telling you, that was not long to have that many jump cuts involved.
Make my day, pal.
I think a lot of this comes down to it. He doesn't want to take part as he's trying to spin it like, hey, if it's nonpartisan, I don't want any part of it. Like, so you're saying that you want it run by commissions that are going to be asking questions that are advantageous to you. Yeah. Because the last time that when we did this, you had Donald Trump bringing up things that the moderators were fighting him on, including when it came to your involvement in Ukraine and China.
Yeah. And look,
you flat out lied to the American people.
Without a doubt. And then Donald Trump responds with anywhere, anytime, any place.
Yeah.
So, I mean, look, let's get it done. Let's get it done. It'll be entertainment that we will hang on. It's going to be fun to watch. I mean, this is. I hate.
Do you think Biden would do it though?
No,
actually get it done.
So. No,
I think he would put so many stipulations that he would not actually debate.
Okay, no, this is a prize fighter getting challenged by a idiot who says, "I'll fight you anywhere," and then the prize fighter goes, "All right, how about right here in the street?" And they go, "Well, I don't." That's what's going to end up happening with Biden. He's going to run his mouth saying he will do it. They won't let him do it. There's a good chance he'll cry, break down, forget where he is, fall apart right
Pee his
there,
pants.
and it's going to be listen. Trump versus Biden, that is one of the biggest pay-per-view events there is without paying for it. People are going to tune in to see what happens. Everybody will watch that debate, and they will not let Biden look like a complete moron on that stage.
It's also like the Jake Paul, Mike Tyson thing, right?
Yes.
Because that's what it feels like. It's got that type of
but there's
but Jake
nonsensical
Paul's
show.
got a shot.
But there's a
maybe.
level of competency involved here. This man read pause last week on the teleprompter.
My teacher
and
Riley, last name.
Yes. Okay. And
4 more years. Pause.
So essentially, this is I'm going to put this video out so I can portray some strength that I'll look to debate you. But any conditions that get put on it, they're going to say, no, not good enough.
Yeah, there's a big difference. I love that because the more I thought about the whole 4 more years pause thing, it's funny because he goes, 4 more years pause, and then they start chanting.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm watching the Donald Trump debate, and as he's walking the stage, never says a word, by the way. They start yelling 4 more years, 4 more years. They don't need to be prodded, and that's the problem. Joe Biden needs to be prodded. He needs to be woken up. He needs to be given the drugs to be able to make it through a debate. The problem with the drugs is it may give him energy, but it doesn't fix his mind. It doesn't fix his brain or help with any of the dementia. He cannot stand toe-to-toe right now with Donald Trump. He will be embarrassed, and it'll make him look like the fool that he is.
But there was a mistake that was made the first time around with Donald Trump. He was so aggressive that it never let the Joe Biden brain cook. Like, he basically kept jumping in constantly on him, which gave him the time to get his faculties back together, take it easy for a moment. Okay, now I'm going to get back into this. It's only going to take one time if he was to debate on national television where he completely loses track of where he is for us to go, okay, that's really who he is. I mean,
I love that. Let him talk, right?
Let him talk.
Yeah, of course. But and the beauty of it is too, if it were to happen, is the Donald Trump that we're seeing now, the more measured Donald Trump. Much like you're saying with that debate, he was so eager to jump in and so eager to pound the point, right? Now, I think the wiser Donald Trump, just like when he's using the courthouse steps to campaign, knowing that he's off the campaign trail, and he goes straight to the issues. He doesn't talk and call names. He's not doing those things. He's the wiser Donald Trump this time around, and he will be on the debate stage too if it were to happen.
But I want you to hear this, and I just sent this piece of audio over to Joe. So I want to start by playing, again, this challenge that was put forward to President Trump from President Biden. And I want you to understand the difference in what reality is versus what a pre-produced video is. Take a listen to what Joe sounds like on this. And again, you're going to hear 3 different jump cuts in 13 seconds. This is what Joe sounds like pre-produced.
Donald Trump lost 2 debates to me in 2020. And since then, he hadn't shown up for debate. Now he's acting like he wants to debate me again. Well, make my day, pal. I'll even do it twice. So let's pick the dates, Donald. I hear you're free on Wednesdays.
Okay, and the thing I picked up on too, Los, is when you're trying to cover production errors, you use music beds.
Right, you use a music
and
bed
that's
so you
why
don't
there was
notice
a music bed
underneath
behind
it.
That's right.
That's another reason why.
How many takes do you think that took?
At least
7?
3, because I mean, there's at least 3 different jump cuts in there. And again, what you do is when somebody is slow of talking, you put music underneath them so you don't notice how slow they are when they talk. In this case, the music's there so you don't recognize as easily the difference in that was a multitude of cuts. Now, Joe, are we good to go on the other piece of audio from last night? Take a listen. This is Joe Biden last night, okay? This is Joe Biden last night. This is what the real Joe sounds like.
They want to undo what they finally got done. And then what we finally got done and to make up for it. They want to give power back to Big Pharma.
That's the real Joe.
Sorry?
Yeah. I have no idea what he said.
That's the real Joe talking about Republicans, and they want to align themselves with Big Pharma. I think we know who Big Pharma is actually with.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
That is what Joe actually sounds. That's him last night. That's what he sounds like. That pre-produced, multiple cuts, audio in the background, that's gamesmanship.
As soon as I heard the music bed, that's when I knew. That's when I knew. I was like,
that's what Joe sounds like is what you just heard.
I've been doing that my whole life.
That's who's
my
on
entire
stage.
Career. Yeah.
And whoever decided they're going to edit this and their little comeback, they said, are we really going to go through it? Like, we barely could get through this. We're going to have to put in music. We're going to have to cut. We're going to have to make him sound coherent. Are you sure? And they're like, look, we're not really going to debate him. Something's going to come up. Don't worry. We got that fixed. But we have to show some kind of strength, like he's not afraid of Donald Trump. He should be afraid of Donald Trump. Donald Trump will destroy him on a debate stage. And, this isn't pro-Trump in any way. I'm just telling you the facts. You can compare the two, like Carlos easily just did, and see that Joe Biden has no shot in this.
Josh Hawley, senator from Missouri. It's funny how we bring this up. He has Biden's video has 5 cuts in 13 seconds. What will Biden do in a debate with his many handlers can't edit and splice his sentences together?
Yep.
But if you're looking at the demands, there's no audience. It has to be CBS, ABC, CNN, or Telemundo. And that's just the couple that I saw just a moment ago. And there were like 3 or 4 more.
I thought it was anytime, anywhere,
yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Why no
Make
audience?
My day, well, because he don't want the reaction, right? When
they don't want them laughing at him.
Right. They don't want him stumbling and stammering and people going, what the hell
But also,
is this?
the more distractions, the more noises, the more... It's almost as if being president has a lot of distractions to it and things you have to deal with. When they want to put him in a dark room with no distractions.
Yeah.
We'll see.
That's what ice cream brain turns into.
We'll only do it if we can allow Barack Obama to actually stand up there and debate for him. There's no way whatsoever they're going to go through with these unless it is, we want the right to edit it.
Yeah, right.
We can't do it live.
We're going to pre-record.
Yeah, well, let's pre-record it.
And put a music bed behind it. And that way it covers up
I don't think he could do a friendly town hall, and we've seen that. We've seen him on MSNBC and these friendly audiences, and he can't do it.
He can't do it. Morning Xtra 106.3 Tug, Rhino and Los until 10. Harrison Butker is a guy that just tells it straight, and I think the world of him. Played at Tech, then with the Chiefs. He did a commencement speech. And in this, he talks about being a Catholic. And he goes after Joe Biden. He goes after everybody that you and I look at as the problem in America. And he's not afraid to say it. And look, he's getting some backlash, but I support him 100%.
Bad policies and poor leadership have negatively impacted major life issues. Things like abortion, IVF, surrogacy, euthanasia, as well as a growing support for degenerate cultural values in media, all stem from the pervasiveness of disorder. Our own nation is led by a man who publicly and proudly proclaims his Catholic faith, but at the same time is delusional enough to make the sign of the cross during a pro-abortion rally. He has been so vocal in his support for the murder of innocent babies that I'm sure to many people it appears that you can be both Catholic and pro-choice. He is not alone. From the man behind the COVID lockdowns to the people pushing dangerous gender ideologies onto the youth of America, they all have a glaring thing in common. They are Catholic. This is an important reminder that being Catholic alone doesn't cut it. These are the sorts of things we are told in polite society to not bring up. the difficult and unpleasant things. But if we are going to be men and women for this time in history, we need to stop pretending that the Church of Nice is a winning proposition. We must always speak and act in charity, but never mistake charity for cowardice.
He said this at, Benedictine College in Kansas, and it was last Saturday. Dude, I couldn't have planned it better myself. Like, if I wanted him to hit all the topics, I don't think I could have planned a better speech. And the fact that he has the courage and willingness to speak this at a college, it says a whole lot about him, his character, who he is, what he believes in, and the fact that he doesn't run from what he believes in, which is what he said in the statement to begin with, or in the entire speech, which was about 20 minutes.
No, in the backlash, of course, is that, well, I'm not comfortable with him bringing this stuff up in front of a collegiate audience. It's like, where else? You're basically just being told it's not enough to just, hey, I'm Christian, I'm Catholic. It's like, no, you got to live this.
You got to live your faith. Yep. That's exactly right. And he's willing to do it. And to call out Joe Biden, I mean, that's something that you don't see on college campuses, right? I mean, well, actually, I guess you do, but it's in a very different way. These people are, the people that have been protesting right now on the college campuses are pro-Hamas, anti-Israel. Totally different type of call out, of course, when it comes to Harrison Butker.
Don't worry, the DOE will be over there trying to shut that down and trying to find them in any way they can, because it's probably a little bit of a conservative audience. But yeah, this is the truth that people are speaking. And when you start looking at these people who pander to you every single day and tell you what they are going to do to help you out, and then send all your money somewhere else, and then ignore and pretend to be someone they're not. And that's what Joe Biden has done every step of the way. And that's why I think a lot of these minority communities are looking, saying, no, I'm not falling for it again. We fell for it in 2020. Look at this place. We are in deep trouble. You keep telling me the economy is great. You're lying. You keep saying that you're religious and you'll do things that, protect religion, and all you've done and your administration has done is attack religion. And the same thing with abortion. You can't call yourself that way if you are, fighting to actually kill babies. It's a little silly.
Well, the story of this country is one of, here's how it was founded, here's what the belief system is, and here's how we flourished. And the further away we get from that, the more trouble we get into. And so we highlight when local people get involved in government, whether it's a school board or a county commissioner or whatever, and a lot of times they're people of faith who recognize that they've been called upon to make a difference in their community. That has to be all over the place to get this thing back on track. And so him talking about live your faith, the amount of people that have a problem with it, the people that went back over at Clay Travis when he flat out said, I don't see there's any wrong message with it. Yeah. People that are, I'm uncomfortable with that. Well, maybe you're uncomfortable with how your own life is going.
There's a couple things. He is a defender of faith, which I appreciate. And he said that faith has always been counterculture, which is exactly right. I mean, you go back to the biblical times, you go back to the times of Christ, and that was counterculture for sure. Christ coming in to Jerusalem on the back of a donkey, he was supposed to be the deliverer. He was the one that was going to overthrow and get rid of the Roman Empire, and yet he came as a sacrifice. And then he says that you can't just play nice. And that's something that Los has always said, and I appreciate that. And it's something that I struggled with when we very first started the show, man, because I fell into that too. I would be like, I just don't want to say that. It's going to rock the boat too much. And at some point, you have to have the courage of your convictions, and you have to rock the boat. And that's what Harrison Butker has done. I count him as an inspiration to me. I want to be more like him. I want to be bold like him. I want to be brave like him. And right now, I don't know that I always feel as brave as Harrison Butker displayed.
No, not at all. And you know what? I mean, that is, I think you've come around a lot more since when we first started this show, because we were all a little skeptical of what we could say and what we could do because of the fear of somebody coming in and taking everything you say out of context, labeling you in a certain way, and losing your job. He's not going to lose his job, by the way. The man was able to, kick a field goal and win a Super Bowl, so he's fine. But at the the same time, you got to be worried about that. You got to be worried about now your social media, because your marketing managers and all that is involved in your whole, I guess, persona at that point. You got to worry about the backlash, but he's not, because he is brave. And I think that's really important for people to stand up and tell the truth, because there are going to be a lot of people that never would have thought about this or listened, but because they're Kansas City Chief fans, might hear this message.
Do you want the Trump response now or after our headlines and a break?
After our headlines and a break. I want to finish on this. Harrison Butker says the world around us says we should keep our beliefs to ourselves whenever they go against the tyranny of diversity, equity, and inclusion. He even went down that path.
He even went and said flat out.
He said, the world tells you and the Bible tells you the exact opposite. How about that?
Call out stupidity. Call it out. Good for him.
Harrison Butker is the man. We will get Trump's response, right? Is that what I'm hearing?
We got a response to Joe Biden already.
We'll get that. We'll get the headlines next, and we'll also talk about...
Oh, by the way.
What's that?
So it's been counted up. It's 5 cuts in 13 seconds, and he said 51 words.
It took 5 cuts.
It took 5 cuts, 13 seconds, and 51 words in order for Joe Biden to have that video put together.
My Lord. All that next on the Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. He says he is Los, and he's the president of the free world. Why would he lie? I mean, come on. Man wouldn't lie. This is the Morning Extra until 10.
The legend Neil Bortz is live every week with Atlanta legend The Kimmer.
Why do we pay attention to these idiots?
It's a social media movement. They're swept up in this business. Now there are even divisions. There are LGBTQ for Hamas and lesbians for Hamas. I mean, oh my God, what are they thinking? They don't. They would not. You fly over there and see how they welcome you to the fold.
Yeah, they kill you. They'll throw you off the top of a building.
Bortz and The Kimmer are only on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
What is the most important thing when you're having a project done at your house? The work, yeah. Quality of work, of course. The most important thing is communication. Because if there's something that you see as it's happening that you're not crazy about, that you want to make sure is going to be done to your satisfaction on your home, you want a company that communicates well before, during, and after the process. Yes, after the process is done, communicating with you. First impressions in that communication process are a good indicator of how things are going to go as the project moves forward. Choosing a company that listens and communicates well is imperative. So let me recommend, it's Tug, Southern Exteriors. You're choosing an industry leader in expertise, quality, and communication. Family-owned business that takes pride in providing quality workmanship and excellent customer service. Began 20 years ago, and it's now a full-scale home, commercial, and remodeling company that specializes in exterior services, siding installation, residential, commercial roofing. They do it all, and they can make your house the castle that when you pull up, you're going to beam with pride saying, that's my home. And when people drive by that home, they're going to be like, wow, I want my home to look like that one. All you have to do is call Southern Exteriors if you're in need for an exterior project. 8779-SOUTHERN, 8779-SOUTHERN, southernexteriors.co, the website, southernexteriors.co.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
My name is Amy Risley. I have been working for Bruce Hagen for 17 years. When I first started, my boys were 4 and 6, and whenever I needed, Bruce allowed me to bring them to our office. Bruce has always treated us like family. And 17 years later, I still love coming to work for Bruce Hagen. Just recently, a friend told me they hear Bruce talking on 680 The Fan. They asked me if he was as nice as he appeared to be on air. I smiled and without any hesitation answered, he's even nicer in person. I'm Amy Risley. I work for Bruce Hagen. Let Bruce Hagen work for you. Hagen-law.com.
All
Are you thinking about dressing up your windows? Nothing enhances your home like gorgeous shutters, blinds, or shades. This is Jim Niarchos from the All Four Seasons Home Show. Our guest this Saturday morning will be Jeff Castleberry of Castleberry Shutters. Jeff will be sharing valuable tips and advice when it comes to considering window treatments that will save you frustration and money. Castleberry Shutters on the All Four Seasons Home Show right here on Extra 106.3.
Hey Atlanta, it's Mark from the Safe House. And now, the security riddle of the day. What's less secure than a fake safe from a furniture or big box store? Joe Biden's fake border policy, of course. But hey, there is good news. This time next year, Joe Biden will not be president. So drop by Atlanta Safe House and check out the largest selection of safes in the Southeast. Build a wall around your valuables with a safe from the Safe House. We have certified delivery crews to install your safe. With over 30 years in the safe business, the Safe House is the place to buy safe in Georgia. So go to AtlantaSafeHouse.com.
The Kimmer Show is only on Extra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
The Princeton University students staged a hunger strike. Unfortunately, they had to call it off after 10 days because they got hungry. Hey, we're starving over here.
Somewhere up above, Bobby Sands is looking down, shaking his head. Look that one up, kids.
God.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. Search for the Extra 106.3 app wherever you download apps by searching XTRA 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station.
Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. We're just getting a big old laugh.
920.
Yeah. 925, 4, 925, 25, 920.
So we have been joking around. Again, this is done out of love that we need to call Kimmer today, just as callers. And, I'd be like Dave and Canton. Hey, Kimmer, just want to know what time is it?
Kimmer, I'm out here on the trucking run. What time is it?
That's right. I'm a big old 18-wheeler running up Georgia. Or you can't run up Georgia 400. Run around 285. Can you tell me what time it is?
It'd be great if every caller just called in like it was that 55512 number and like looking for the time.
Please do it. If you listen to the Kimmer Show, do us a favor.
Call him up,
please,
and ask him what time it is.
Looking for a time check.
404, yes, and say it like that. 404-741-1230.
You guys took me back with this one. I remember we used to have Frost Bank is like the big bank in San Antonio.
Yeah.
And you would call their 9 because it would give you Frost Bank time. And so that was how you knew what the official time was if ever you needed have to change the times in your house.
That was the number in Dalton, Georgia. 706-278-1213.
We had Frost Bank time, and it would give you the exact time that you needed.
Yeah. If you need the exact time, we give it out between 3 and 6 at 404-741-1230. Just call every 5 minutes and ask for
to ask what time it is.
Yeah.
Flounder's going to kill us.
No, well, you know what?
Because he's the one who answers the phone.
I think it's great, and we're all going to do it ourselves.
It's support.
We it's right. It's interaction with the show. They will love it.
Yeah.
They will love it.
It's a great idea.
They don't want to hear your thoughts on immigration or taxation or anything. They want you to ask them what time it is.
It's that simple.
Yeah.
So call
them. It's a service they provide. I mean, Kimmer does that for a reason.
That's right. Exactly.
He's a hero.
It's in his contract. He has to give you what time it is.
It is.
At least every 10 minutes, every 6 minutes, maybe. I don't know what
every 3 minutes.
What the stretch is.
He gives it out every 2 minutes. You might as well call every 2 minutes.
But yeah,
337, 338 now, 339.
404-741-1230. 404-741-1230. Kimmer, what time is it?
Kimmer, what time is it? I was just wondering.
There's an old Eddie Murphy skit. Remember that he was talking about his grandmother, and she was like, he said, my grandmother was always cold and never knew what time it was.
Right.
She's like, baby, it's cold in here.
What time
is it?
Exactly.
It's a great skit. But so keep that in mind when you call this afternoon that Kimmer loves giving you the time. So please, 404-741-1230. I can't ask you from the bottom of my heart.
Yeah.
Please call Kimmer and ask
right
him.
here on 106.7. He got the wrong station.
He's been on both. He's been on both. So that's yes, please do it. We need to get the response to the. I don't know. We calling him on the carpet. What do you call what Joe Biden did?
The pre-produced video.
Yeah, make my day moment.
Calling out Donald Trump to debate him twice, although there are conditions attached to it.
Yeah, a bunch of them.
So here's what Donald Trump's response is from Truth Social. Crooked Joe Biden is the worst, in all caps, debater I've ever faced. He can't put two sentences together. Crooked is also the worst, all caps, president in the history of the United States by far. It's time for a debate so that he can explain to the American people his highly destructive open border policy, new and ridiculous EV mandates, and the allowance of crushing inflation, high taxes, and his really weak foreign policy. He goes on to finish up by saying, talking about as far as having a crowd, he said, I would strongly recommend more than two debates and for excitement purposes, a very large venue, although Biden is supposedly afraid of crowds.
Oh. Well, here's the deal, too. This is a way different debate, even if you want to go back and pretend that Joe Biden won the debates, which he did not with Donald Trump. This is different because we've watched as Joe Biden has got more volatile when he is challenged in any way whatsoever. So anytime you ask him a question, and that's part of dementia, is he gets angry. He gets angry with his staff. We've heard the reports. So all Donald Trump has to do is kind of do what Tug did yesterday to throw him off Kimmer off the game. Is just throw something out there and let Biden get upset, because you'll start to see him lose his control and his mind at that moment.
Well, there's a record now. And the weird part about all of this is that for everything that's been made out to what Trump was, felon, all his rapist, all the things that they try and throw out there, America, from a polling perspective, is looking at his policies and going, I want those back. Mm-hmm. And so when he gets on a debate stage, he's going to be able to flat out say, Joe, look how you ruined the economy. Joe, look how you did this. Why do you think, as much as you've tried to set me up and tried to use your administration against me, your DOJ, the American people want me back, Joe.
Yeah.
And a wiser Donald Trump this time around, too.
And watch him get angry.
Absolutely. And just being able to pick and choose where he jumps in, who he talks to, or how he talks to him, what he talks about, letting him just self-destruct, essentially.
Can we play that Joe Biden challenge again? Because now that Carlos brought up 51 words, 5 cuts, and now that we brought it to your attention, what we do sometimes when you have to cut things with music, why you cover it up with music.
Donald Trump lost 2 debates to me in 2020. And since then, he hadn't shown up for debate. Now he's acting like he wants to debate me again. Well, make my day, pal. I'll even do it twice. So let's pick the dates, Donald. I hear you're free on Wednesdays.
It's 5 cuts.
I bet he doesn't even know why he said, I heard you're free on Wednesdays. Like, I guarantee you he has no idea. Why is this in here? Oh, well, Joe, this is a funny joke because it's the only day that our Judge Merchant, the one that we put on our payroll, was giving him the day off. That's it.
5 cuts, 51 words. Yeah. And if you listen with the music in the background, you do that to cover up the fact of what you're doing with your edits.
I mean, that's like radio
101 stuff.
101. Yeah. And they've done it, and you know, maybe if you don't do this for a living, you don't recognize it.
You don't hear it the same way.
You don't hear it the same way, exactly. So people had no idea prior to this that this was going on. Maybe you did, and if you did, congratulations. Most people don't.
How do you think they sped that up to? Because that doesn't sound like his cadence at all at this point. It sounds like,
even if it's like 3%,
yeah,
because you wouldn't be able to tell it like it doesn't sound sped up if you only go about 3%.
Because he doesn't talk like that anymore.
Well, the interesting part,
or it's AI Joe.
This is now become like something that we're like. I'm like investigating this. It's like okay, what is he doing? Go back and watch the video. Watch his hands.
Yeah.
That's how you'll see the multitude of different cuts. Because there's some where he keeps it down, and then there's stuff where he has them up, and then there's stuff where it's down again. Then they probably had to have him read it again, 51 words, at least 5 times, maybe more, because he probably slurred his way through some of it. He probably messed things up, because you'll see a multitude where the hands are in different positions.
I'm just trying to find this list of demands that are so crazy, like he doesn't want
I lost
audience.
2 debates to... No, Joe, go again. You're supposed to say you won 2 debates.
That's right, yeah.
I did? When? 2020.
Yeah.
When Bo died? No, that was 2017.
I'm telling you, look at the hands.
Yeah.
The hands will tell you how many different times they had to do this in order to put together 13 seconds.
They are torturing this poor man.
Well, this is your out to not debate.
Absolutely.
I challenged him, but he wouldn't
meet all the demands.
He would meet the demands, so I'm the president. I'm not going to debate him. That's how you play this.
The networks were distinguished. He said it has to be ABC, CBS, CNN, or Telemundo. He said there had to be an empty room, no audience whatsoever. And then there was 3 or 4 others, because that's just what I caught at a glance as it was coming down. And so he's laying out these things basically to keep himself from being trapped.
Yeah.
As we discussed earlier, like
Right.
if he stumbles and stammers around and he says something stupid, the audience are going to react to that. And they don't want that to happen. They want to make sure that it is a stale environment.
They should do this in an arena.
Right.
I mean,
Madison Square Garden.
They have. I can't believe. There's no way in my mind I believe we see a debate. I just really cannot believe that the Democrats would allow him to debate. The only debate I would think that you could see is the vice presidential debate when that comes up, and they'll allow Kamala Harris to kind of throw herself under the bus and be a part of that. But there's no way. There's no way. And I agree. If I'm Donald Trump, I go, I don't care what network you put this on. Put it on Telemundo. I'll speak Spanish. I don't care.
I'll speak Spanish. I don't even know if the man speaks Spanish.
Right.
But I'll do my very best and still probably win this debate.
I could read Spanish off of a teleprompter better than Joe Biden can speak English.
God, it drives me crazy that I can't find those.
I know. I'm looking around. I'm trying to find the conditions by which that they would debate, because that's going to be the out here.
Yeah, that's exactly
That'll make it very clear, because when Donald Trump is going to say, put me in a large venue, let's be in an arena, let's have this many thousands of people there, and Joe has no interest in it, and Joe will be, can't do it. There's no way.
404-741-1230. Al, what's up, man? What's on your mind?
Hey, another great show today, guys. Listen, if Biden really said that about, I'll debate you, but I want it to be in a room where there's nobody, why don't Trump take advantage of that and say, okay, I'll debate you from a jail cell?
That's right. Right. Because that's where he belongs.
That's great.
Yeah, because Biden actually belongs in a jail cell, selling out the country the way he has.
Or do it at Mar-a-Lago. Come on down to Mar-a-Lago.
Absolutely. Just the
Look at
most
it here. It's beautiful.
Or Talladega.
Yeah.
Super speedway.
It's only worth $17 million, so it's nothing to gawk at.
I think it'd be great, man, picking the...
By the way, the video of Donald Trump saying anytime, anywhere, any place, that's one singular video.
No, absolutely. It doesn't change. Yeah, there's no cuts. There's no edits.
The man can speak for 2.5 hours. And listen, everybody's going to have a gaffe here and there. Everybody's going to make a mistake here and there. The Democrats will pick up on anything. I thought it was funny. This is how stupid, by the way, Democrats are up in New Jersey. You have Lawrence Taylor. And then they have another gentleman who played for the Giants for a long time, and his first name was known as OJ for a long time. Democrats are going, he's calling out that O.J. Simpson's dead. He's calling out, like, these people will do anything to try to bring Donald Trump down to the same cognitive level that Joe Biden is. It's not even close. I mean, he wasn't talking about O.J. Simpson.
Of course not.
Idiots.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
it's
God.
so silly.
He would destroy them, and he will destroy Biden. I pray every single day that there will be a debate, and it will be televised, and I don't care what channel it's on.
I just don't know why you bring this up if you have no intention of doing it. I mean, I understand they're trying to say, look, he's bold and he's brave and he's not afraid, but we all know he is. And when he decides...
Well, maybe not, though. He doesn't know better.
Yeah, maybe not. But when he decides not to debate because of one of the selections that he's laid out and his campaign has laid out, he's going to look foolish.
Yeah.
Because Trump's going to be like, you're telling me you won't debate because the room's not empty? I mean, Trump has the upper hand in every argument here.
But this isn't up to Joe Biden at this point, because Joe Biden is mentally at a point where it's kind of like when my grandfather was like, where are my keys? I'm going for a ride. Well, you can't really drive. I'm fine. I could drive. No. I could do whatever I can. I'm fine. Joe Biden's telling them that. I could debate.
Yeah,
I will. And they're like, dude, what are we going to do? He can't debate. Let's put in like, I don't know, crazy things like Donald Trump's only allowed to say 7 words.
Right. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Don't you think, Los, though, that he loses this argument no matter how this goes if he backs out? Because I do.
And I'm starting to see. So this is from Jennifer. Let's see the name here. O'Malley Dillon, and she's the one who signed basically the letter of saying here's our conditions. A couple of different things. One is obviously what you brought up as far as what news organizations they wanted to be part of. Again,
our media.
Yes.
We also have a limit on amount of time and the crowd size.
Yeah. Which
no
he said-
crowd.
no crowd. Empty
No
auditorium
crowd.
is what he said.
I wonder what the time is, because is it like, hey, it's got to be between like 5:30 and 6:30 because he's in bed by 7?
Yeah, that's when they've got him beefed up. Well, no, it
Or
has to be.
we
it would
only
have to
give
be
him
early.
enough drugs to get him going for 37 minutes. Like, he can't go past 45 minutes, and 15 of that has to be you speaking 30 minutes for questioning.
Now, how about this one, too? They would also have microphone. This is what's being
Yeah,
proposed.
here's the microphone thing. I saw the tail end of it, but didn't see it.
Microphones that automatically cut off when a speaker's time limit elapses. Now, that so much is see if Joe can filibuster, because if he continues to blurt out things when it's past his time, that'll make him look bad.
Right. That's a huge one right there, and I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah. Here's my notepad. This is exactly timed out. We tested it 3 times. It's timed out. We know that Joe can do that.
Oh, no other 3-party candidates. No other
third-party candidates. Okay, so now we're getting to the nitty-gritty. And turning the mic
RFK
off.
Jr.
Yeah. Turning the mics off, too, that's going to stop. Like, if, let's say Trump's time, they say Trump's time is over, but he's making a solid point against Joe Biden.
Sure.
And pointing out that they cut him off immediately so he can't finish his thought. That's exactly what they're thinking. That's exactly what they're setting up.
Yeah, 2 things. Yeah, don't let Donald Trump get into Joe Biden's head by being able to talk a little bit more, but more importantly, Joe can stick to this. We only want 30-second rebuttals, and at 30 seconds, that thing goes off.
And by the way, it is noted within the letter and also within the New York Times article that how Mr. Trump feeds on the audience participation.
Oh, yeah. At least they're admitting it.
And so they're pointing it out that they've got to eliminate the audience so that he doesn't play to the audience and do what he does. Like, think about that debate that was on CNN when he had, what was it, Caitlin Collins. And by the time that they were done, the audience was eating out of his hands.
Exactly right. And the Democrats know that.
And they know this would happen. And the only other stipulation that's pointed out here says the proposal suggests that Mr. Biden is willing to take some calculated risk to reverse his fortunes in a race in which most battleground states polls show him trailing Mr. Trump.
Ooh. President Trump, by the way.
There you go, right.
Let's make sure we get it right.
It actually lists them both as Mr. Biden and Mr. Trump.
Do they? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, good enough. All right, let's get to headlines here on Extra 106.3, 9 o'clock hours, brought to you by Southern Exteriors, the Southeast's premier home exterior solution, quality and precision you can rely on for over 20 years. SouthernExteriors.co. Yes, it's SouthernExteriors.co.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Wednesday, May 15th. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation was called to investigate an officer-involved shooting in Carroll County. A man suspected of being involved in mail thefts in Carrollton led Carroll County sheriffs in a chase yesterday. A Georgia state trooper joined in the pursuit and deployed stop sticks, causing the suspect to swerve to avoid them and then attempted to hit the trooper. The trooper, who has not been identified, fired shots at the car, resulting in a wreck. 51-year-old Jason Fletcher was rushed to Tanner Medical Center, where he did succumb to his injuries. 3 men in their 20s were shot in Northwest Atlanta while rap artist Lil Baby was attempting to film a music video. According to police, the men aged 24, 27, and 23 were all shot and taken to the hospital. All the men appear to be alert and breathing and were reportedly not part of the video production team. There have been no word on suspects, motive, or any arrests. The aggravated assault unit is continuing to investigate. The Braves' Matt Olson hit a 3-run home run and drove in 4 runs, while Chris Sale pitched 7 innings of 2-hit ball as the Braves blanked the Chicago Cubs for the second day in a row with a 7-0 win at Truist Park. The Braves aim to sweep the Cubs tonight at 7:20 when Charlie Morton takes them out for the Braves. You can catch all the action on our sister station, 680 The Fan.
One mama is over your feelings and your kids' feelings. She's tired of those soft A kids, as she calls them. Next on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3 as we wrap up the bonus hour.
From the latest latest breaking news to the conservative voices you know and trust. Your best new follow on social media is Extra 1063. We're at XTRA 1063 on Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Threads, and LinkedIn, and pretty much any social media you scroll through every day. And we drop exclusive giveaways, new daily content, and the latest breaking news from Georgia and across this great nation. Interact with your favorite Extra personalities. Get the latest on our live events and so much more. Follow at Extra 1063 across all your social media and keep up with Atlanta's only conservative voice.
The EQE SUV electrifies the spirit, soul, and body of the Mercedes-Benz SUV. User-friendly technology meets thoughtful utility, thorough refinement, and earth-friendlier power. Satisfying for both drivers and passengers with innovations that only Mercedes-Benz can deliver. Experience the all-electric 2024 Mercedes-Benz EQE 350 SUV today. Lease one for just $759 per month for 36 months with $72.53 due at signing. Exclusively from RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this vehicle and many other models. And visit today to see how to qualify. Special lease rate available only to qualified customers exclusively from Mercedes-Benz Financial Service through RBM of Atlanta Sandy Springs through May 31st, 2024. Excludes tax, tag, title, and Georgia Lemon law fees. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this and other exciting offers. Visit rbmofatlanta.com or call us at 770-390-0700 for details.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 4 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffer from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. There are lots of competitors that don't have the credentials that I have. When you go to other clinics, you're not going to see a board-certified physician with the experience that I have. When you come to our clinic, you're going to see me. There's just not one therapy that can solve these complex issues. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. Total Body Therapy of Georgia, 404-777-1911, 404-777-1911. Online at stopmyed.com.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Have you considered securing your family's future, protecting your hard-earned assets, navigating complex legal matters with ease? Nelson Elder Care Law is here to guide and empower you and your loved ones. As a family-owned and family-focused business, our mission is to exceed your expectations, offering absolute assurance and peace of mind. With our trademarked Absolute Protection Trust and expertise in customized estate planning, Medicaid crisis solutions, probate administration, guardianship, and conservatorship, Nelson Elder Care Law protects what matters most to you. Imagine a team dedicated to safeguarding your legacy every step of the way. Our flat fees ensure transparency, and our customized plans prioritize your family's specific needs. Are you worried about protecting your family and your legacy after you're gone? Let us help you ensure you're absolutely protected from whatever curveballs life may throw your way. Schedule a complimentary legacy planning meeting with our legal team in Marietta or Woodstock today. Contact us at 678-250-9355 or visit at nelsoneldercarelaw.com.
Your voice, your vote. And this year it matters more than ever. So for the unbiased election coverage that affects your family and your community, trust the voices that matter when it matters the most. Extra 1063 and the Extra app.
I thought this woman made a whole lot of sense, especially now that kind of field days are starting to pop up and happen. I mean, Los, your daughters recently are getting ready to have field day. I know Scott McFarland, our operations manager here at Dickey Broadcasting, they just had their field day. Did y'all have it?
Field day this morning.
Oh, it's this morning. Okay.
So my elementary school daughter has a field day, and then my older daughter has some sort of thing they're doing for middle school.
Liam have field day still? They get a little bit of that?
They did a little one, but it's not quite the same for them. He was like, I played in the soccer tournament.
That's
so,
cool.
Yeah, it was kind of cool the way they did that. They had a group of each team had 4 kids and played a little soccer.
There you go. I like it, though. Just being out, being active, and engaging with your friends.
Yeah.
Being social. I mean, it's all positive.
We should have a field day. Let's go outside.
No kidding. Go out there and play wiffle ball or something. It'd be
that'd be awesome.
much fun. I see the kids over there on the green in front of the stage, the Georgia Power stage there in that green right to the right of the Chop House gate there at Truist Park. I always want to jump in and play wiffle ball.
Yeah, we could get Carlos, me, you, and Joe out there
and play 2-on-2 wiffle ball.
Wear them out.
Absolutely, man. We just wear.
Can't handle any of this.
Absolutely. Well, and that's what that mama is upset about, because apparently she got called because her kid was playing soccer and he was too good. She said, "I'm having none of this soft ass kid stuff at school." She's everything America needs. This mama is.
Stop raising soft ass kids, okay? I got a call from my kid's assistant principal today because he and his other friend were playing soccer with this other kid at recess. The other kid happened to want to be the goalie, and apparently he sucked, and so he got really upset because the other boys kept scoring goals on him, and there was no teasing involved. I verified. It was just he was so upset that the kids kept scoring goals that he went to the teacher and cried about it, and my kid and the other kid that were playing soccer like normal children got brought to the principal's office. If you call me during the school day, there better been a fight or a physical injury. Do not call me because some soft ass kid's feelings got hurt because some kid is better than him at sports. What is this world coming to? Prepare your kids to be able to function in the world. Stop coddling your kids, especially your sons, because let me tell you right now, what no woman wants someday is to have to coddle their husband. Stop raising pansy-ass kids. Teach your kids how to be confident in themselves and how to emotionally freaking figure their out, and stop with the BS.
I love it, man.
Wow.
She's
Nice.
everything America needs right now.
I mean, I got goosebumps because that's the kind of conversations we need to have, because these principals and the others that do that. Now, I did do the follow-up on the story. The kid who was playing goalie is now the best goalie on the female elementary school soccer team.
No one saw that one coming.
Yeah, he put on a wig. Now he's the best girl soccer
gotta
player
switch
there
sides,
is.
so to speak.
Yeah, that's all he had to do. So
Dude,
that's good.
I love this woman.
Me too.
Because she's right. Who wants to be married to that? The kid that cries because he's losing at soccer. Like, go practice soccer, maybe. You know, maybe
Go get better.
Go get better. And if you can't, if you suck at soccer, pick a different sport. Go play football. Go play baseball. Go play whatever, lacrosse. I don't care. But quit being a whiny butt.
There's a conversation that you have to have, and every child will get into this. And I tell this to Liam all the time. Hey, son, you may come across players that are going to be better than you.
Yes,
That's
you
just
are.
the way it is. If you don't like
Absolutely
it,
you are.
get out in the backyard and practice harder. If you don't like it, work harder. Otherwise, stop complaining about it. That's the way you treat your child. And don't go play goalie if you're worried about. You already know those kids' level.
Yeah, you're probably familiar with it if you go to school with them every day.
supposed to be nice to me, not kick it as hard.
So we have lived in our neighborhood. This is going into like year 14. So we've had like 13 years of going to the pool, right? So you've seen a lot of these kids grow up. And I remember over the years when I would see some of them that would like whine at their parents or would lose their mind over stuff, I would always just look at my wife and go, yeah, they're going to have a hard time in middle school. Or they're going to have a hard time in high school. Or they're going to have a hard life later. The whining, get it, some kids are going to do it, but some of it is just fostered by parents.
Absolutely.
And if that is what you are helping facilitate, know that there's no off switch to that. They take it with them for their entirety of their life, where nothing's fair, I'm the victim, nothing works out for me. And so they look at their circumstances not created by themselves. It's like some sort of cosmic issue as to why they're a loser.
Yeah, it's a shame, and I'm sorry that they feel that way. But you know what? Like I said, grow up. Get better at it.
Go win at something.
Get your feelings. Win at something else. If that's not your sport, go find something that you are better at and get better at that and enjoy yourself. Go play Magic the Gathering because you're not a soccer player.
The biggest thing is that in life, you're going to lose. At some point, you're going to lose.
You'd hope so.
Life is going to be unfair at times. And you got to be able to roll with the punches. It's pretty simple how to navigate this.
I'm looking forward to this with my 9-year-old because she's just now getting to the point where when she does lose or something doesn't work out, it gets her upset. So it motivates her.
That's right.
Go get better at something.
Absolutely. 404-741-1230. Lori's in Alabama. What you doing?
Hey, Lori.
Good morning, guys. This is the first time calling y'all. I'm a Kimber babe.
Sweet. Okay, well, we love you.
I know. I love you guys. This is so funny. my daughter works 2 jobs, and her second job is waitress at Moe's Barbecue, and she runs the shift lead. She come home the other day and said that she had got somebody fired. I said, and she was like really kind of concerned, and she hated it. I said, what happened? She said, well, Mom, he's 26, and he kept saying, y'all are so mean to me. Why are y'all so mean to me? And I'm like, he needed to be fired right then. She said, well, I couldn't fire him, but he got mad and packed his stuff and left.
Oh, wow. He fired himself.
That's funny.
Thank you, Lori.
Oh, my gosh. We love you. Thank you.
And Lori, make sure you call Kimmer later today.
Ask him what time it is.
Ask him what time it is.
And also,
please.
Kimmer's running out of time. If you want to jump on my bandwagon and be a Rhino babe, I'd be one of the welcome.
See, there we go.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Membership is going to be longer. But no, it's funny that you have people that have been conditioned to where they're so special. Because they were told that the whole time, that whenever they run into any adversity, their first thing is to pack their stuff up and go home.
That's what we've conditioned people.
So then what they do is they put up little fences around their little special area in front of Emory University. And
that's where they end up, yes.
You're giving me all of these microaggressions. I'm like, welcome to the real world.
Right.
My God, could you imagine if that person ever worked in radio where like all we do is abuse
give each other
hell?
Right. Yeah, they would never laugh.
They're also mean to me. Yeah.
Make
Shut
sure
up, you weak ass kids.
Join us tomorrow morning. Drive by and get a Chick-fil-A biscuit between 6 and 10. They're at Rustics Manor, 503 Holly Springs Road in Woodstock. We're going to be out there for Back Our Blue in America 2. Go to the website, backourblueinamerica2.com. And then the big event starts from 4 until 8 tomorrow night with axe throwing and hot air balloons and dunk tanks and more food than you could shake a stick at. It's going to be a tremendous day, and we're so glad to be a part of it. And want to also thank Christina Bowders and Tommy Stoner from the Special Operators Transition Foundation. They came in yesterday, and they were kind enough to send us a nice little cookie gift. So appreciate those guys coming in. Joe, we got some for you, too. You were mentioned on the card as well, Sound Guy Joe. So look at there. They included you, too. Appreciate those guys. Check out their website. It is SOTF.org, SOTF.org. For Rhino, for Los, and for Board Op. Go Virgin River. My name is Tug. Y'all come back now. You hear?
The legend Neil Bortz is live every week with Atlanta legend The Kimmer.
Why do we pay attention to these idiots?
It's a social media movement. They're swept up in this business. Now there are even divisions. There are LGBTQ for Hamas and lesbians for Hamas. I mean, oh my God, what are they thinking? They don't. They would not. You fly over there and see how they welcome you to the fold.
Yeah, they'd kill you. They'll throw you off the top of a building.
Bortz and The Kimmer are only on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.